Madam Speaker.
My desk was terrifying. Honorable members, at the break, we were debating the National Investment Fund bill. I presume we are now ready. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to give a brief contribution today on behalf of the great constituents of St. Anne's. Impressive number sit in this honorable house. And Madam Speaker, as we debate the National Investments Funds bill, I'm going to take a page out of the book from my party leader, Michael Pintard, where he began his contribution advising that this was a piece of legislation that the government and the opposition both view necessary for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Governments are continuous, and as far as having the right tools to take the nation into the future with progress and infrastructure investments, this instrument is going to continue the path that we're presently on. And for that reason, ultimately, I'm going to be supporting this bill. But Madam Speaker, I'll be remiss to not bring up the story of Joe Lowe. Some of us may know that name, Joe Lowe. Some of us may recognize that he is a man on the run, an international fraudster wanted by several governments, including the government of which he is a national, Malaysia. Madam Speaker, the reason why the story of Joe Lowe is significant to today's debate is that despite all of our best efforts, when we put all of our eggs, all of our national investment funds into one basket, we have to be extremely cautious with who has control over those funds. Madam Speaker, Joe Lowe is a Malaysian man that masterminded a massive fraud, siphoning off $4.5 billion from the one MDB fund, which was the established state-owned investment fund, their sovereign wealth fund for the country of Malaysia. Now, by all accounts, Joe Lowe came in with all of the right criteria, seemed to be a very savvy investor, had connections all around the world. Sounds a little bit like the gentleman from out west, whose name we cannot speak at this time, Sam Bankman-Fried. But, Madam Speaker, but I'm not getting into that at all. The point is that this can be something incredible for the building of our nation, and I think that's why the member for Exuma and Ragged Island referred to it as revolutionary. I'm not sure if this is something that Che Guevara and Fidel Castro would say was revolutionary, but it's definitely positive, a constructive step in the right direction. Madam Speaker, the issue that Joe Lowe also faced in Malaysia was that he had a very close relationship with the Prime Minister of the country at the time. And it was seen that there had been electioneering that also occurred, where funds were used from the Sovereign Wealth Fund for Malaysia to support the Prime Minister in his political events. Now, this is going to be in place, Madam Speaker. It may be amended by administration after administration. I have my personal views on the public's confidence in the PLP government to handle money properly, and I know they have views of the FNM's, the confidence of the of the public in the F&M's competence to handle people's money. And because it's Christmas, Madam Speaker, I'm not gonna say now which one has a worse reputation, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, as we go forward with this, let us try to be the devil's advocate in all instances. If we put $450 million in this, and we say it has to be private individuals with bright reputations and characters, let's not automatically move to waive their liability as directors or as members of the board. Let's hold them accountable for the decisions that they make. The decisions that they make, Madam Speaker, should never be left to one signature or to one individual, but should be a group decision. And as this grows, should it grow, and with the F&M, it will grow with success. But as this grows, Madam Speaker, as the fund gets larger, we heard the example from India. I think it started off with maybe 450 million. It's now, it was now said to have about 4.5 billion under investment fund management. As this grows, let's consider that the board and the chairman do not have control over all of it. Because if something was to go wrong with the funds that they controlled, it's as though we put all of our eggs, Madam Speaker, into one basket, and we could lose significant investments. It's almost beneficial, I think, Madam Speaker, to have the persons that are managing assets or groupings of assets under a national investment fund to be critical of the other persons that are investing those funds. Just like in the open free market competitiveness is a positive thing for growth. Madam Speaker, it's quite likely that having investment fund managers watching other investment fund managers and how they are dealing with our Bahamian assets is going to be beneficial. Madam Speaker, with that said, I've had the great benefit and opportunity to be in my constituency this last weekend. We've made donations, Madam Speaker, to Demetrius House, which is under the Ministry of Social Services. We've been to the St. Anne's and Sandilands Primary Christmas production in the Fox Hill Park, which was a beautiful setting. I know we have an awesome location in Bay Street, but I know that others have said it before. I think that Fox Hill is just primed for great economic opportunity, and it is and should always be seen and should be protected as a national heritage site. You're likely not to find one other spot in New Providence where there are so many silk cotton trees and so many wonderful people that would really just enjoy being able to be safe in that part of our country, like many of us and others. But it could bring a lot of economic opportunity in for Bahamians. After that, Madam Speaker, we had a visit from Santa in Blair, and then I was able to attend a church service last evening with a number of the St. Anne's team members. Hopefully we'll be able to commit the rest of this week and the remaining part of the Christmas holidays to my family, and I hope that all of my constituents will make the extra effort and will find a way to do that because that is what's most important this time of year. Our chaplain this morning gave a great reminder to us that as Christmas falls on a Sunday, we all should make the effort to get to our home church or our favorite church this Sunday for Christmas, even for a little while, to give thanks to God and to recognize the miracle of Christ and the salvation that we have as a reward as a result therefrom. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to be a member of Parliament. I'm happy to have been in your company for this last year, January through December. And I know that as colleagues, members of Parliament, representatives of all of the constituents in our constituency, some as high as 7,000, I think in Golden Isles, Madam Speaker, We are entrusted to do a very important job, and I challenge each one of us to come back even better in the new year, to be more effective, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, to ensure that every step we take as legislators in this House of Assembly is a productive one for a better Bahamas in the future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. That's why he's one of my favorites. Absolute favorite. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for North Andros and the Berry Islands.
You ain't doing this contribution. Madam, Madam Speaker, my parliamentary colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Madam Speaker, I am honored to be standing here today, not on my strength, but as always grateful to the Almighty God who remains kind to me and continues to grant His grace upon my life. To my dear constituents of North Andros and the Berry Islands, I remain humbled that you have chosen me to be your voice in this honorable House. I will continue to lobby for you and be the best representative to ensure that we have better communities on our islands. However, Madam Speaker, I would like to highlight a few upcoming items on the NABI calendar. On the 16th of December 2022 at 2 p.m., Great Harbor Key official international airport opening. Madam Speaker, this has been a long-awaited opening and is finally being brought forward by this Davis-led administration. Later in the evening, tree lighting ceremony in North Andros at 6:30 p.m. On the 17th of December, the Kids' Christmas Extravaganza at the Community Center in Bullocks Harbor from 12 noon to 3 p.m. On the 18th of December at 2 p.m., at 12 noon to 3 p.m., Kids' Christmas Extravaganza at the constituency office in North Andros. Madam Speaker, Psalms 34 and 17 tells us, the righteous cry, and the Lord heareth, and delivered them out of their troubles. In the words of John Maxwell, selling best author, coach, and speaker, a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. John Maxwell. Madam Speaker, it is in our blueprint for change the Davis administration is committed to improving the infrastructures on each family island. In this regard, we will ensure the critical needs of each island are fulfilled. It takes visionary leadership to ensure that we put proper systems in place to make continuous progress with the development of these islands. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the residents of North Andros and the Berry Islands have endured unsatisfactory conditions with years of neglect with their infrastructures. Example, poor roads, dilapidated docks, bridges, no banking facilities, no proper terminals in North Andros, lack of pharmaceuticals in our clinics, lack of teachers in our schools, sporting facilities, parks, and not just a few. However, this bill will seek to improve and resolve many of the neglected. We are aware that these islands will not blossom to their potential overnight, but we must start from somewhere, and we must start now. Madam Speaker, my mission from the very first time I spoke in this honorable House on the behalf of my people and the constituents of North Andros and the Berry Islands is to ensure that we begin the process of developing our family islands and to make certain that these residents are not left behind. No island or community should feel deserted because of lack of maintenance and upkeep by any government. Madam Speaker, there are many beneficial reasons that I can think about why this bill is important, not only to our country, but to the welfare of the residents who reside on these islands. The management of the funds must ensure that residents not only see it, but can feel it and truly experience it. First, economic growth. The capital of our country carries the major shares of the taxes. Developing these islands will bring about economic growth and open major doors to different revenue streams for the government. Secondly, when we improve the infrastructure on these islands, we increase the chances of investors coming in, which will help to boost our local economy and provide more jobs. Additionally, those residents who are reluctant to move away from their homes in the capital can find employment to provide for their families. There would be less overcrowding in the capital and less traffic on the streets of Nassau. Two, improving the infrastructure on these islands will increase investment in our local banking industry. More local banks would see it fit and beneficial to have a presence on these family islands to service the people. This will also trickle down to create more jobs in our financial sector. Madam Speaker, in the 21st century, we have come to one commercial bank ATM on the island of North Andros, which also covers the Central Andros District and none in the Berry Islands. While I remain grateful for this service, Madam Speaker, we must assist our people so that they can receive quality service, which includes basic banking facilities. Three, Madam Speaker, we are a nation that is heavily dependent on our tourism product. When we develop our family islands with this basic infrastructure and modern facilities, we set our islands as a prime destination location for our tourism industry. Madam Speaker, each island is diverse. They are already beautiful naturally. Adding a special touch to each island according to their individual needs will attract several tourists and investors while wanting to visit our family islands. Hence, this bill is critical to improving the way of life for each resident and the improvement of infrastructure on each island. Madam Speaker, we have the most beautiful waters in the world. Tourists travel across to see our beautiful waters. This will equate to not only tourist numbers, but more jobs for the local economy and more revenue for the government. Imagine them visiting Andros to experience a great time snorkeling, visiting the Blue Holes, and the West Side National Park to view our flamingos, or enjoying the Berry Island for a weekend fishing excursion, or one of the keys for a day of relaxation, or just enjoying a day on one of our sandy beaches. This will become more frequent experience for our visitors because they now are able to modern facilities when they travel. Madam Speaker, just a few days ago, a family in Great Albuquerque on the Berry Islands lost everything because of a fire. These residents were left with only their clothing on their backs. While we must ensure that this family island regains some normalcy after this tragic incident, Madam Speaker, we do not have the necessities of fire trucks on some of these family islands. That must change. When these unfortunate situations occur, we are reminded how important the development of these islands is. The residents of these islands should not be forced to live in subpar conditions. We must ensure that hospitals, clinics, fire trucks, and other emergency equipment and services are available for them in the event of an emergency. Madam Speaker, I believe this is the least we can do for our people. With this bill, I believe that this is a great place for us to start. Madam Speaker, I believe that these islands will attract more airline services and cruise ship experiences with these developments. These investors will come looking for us to negotiate with them because of the prime opportunities these islands has to offer. Madam Speaker, I believe that this is what a progressive government does. We ensure that all citizenry is taken care of. Madam Speaker, the islands of the Bahamas have many diversifications that are unique with different cultural experiences. Imagine going to one island on a cruise ship with improved docking facilities to experience bird watching, then traveling to another with proper roads and five-star hotels for a weekend getaway. These are just some of the experiences our guests and the residents can enjoy and benefit with these improvements. Due to the increased numbers of visitors, residents can create their businesses from tours, water sports, and more dining options. becoming entrepreneurs, and less reliance on the government. Madam Speaker, many opportunities will benefit the family islands because of these improvements and this investment bill. Additionally, as a result, we will see the strengthening and the creation of new industries in our blue, green, and orange economies. Madam Speaker, it is in our blueprint for change. One of the key areas we focus on the land reform, and crown land. I am certain that this bill will seek to address many of the outstanding issues and applications that we presently need to address and resolve. As a result of this present concerns with land reform and crown land on the family islands, many of the residents are hindered from the access to grants, programs, and loans from banking facilities and investors. Madam Speaker, the family islands, in particular North Andros and the Berry Islands, needs the enactment of this bill now. Too many of our people are hurting. Madam Speaker, it hurts my heart to see the number of my residents, my people, unemployed, single mothers, young people, and elderly citizens without proper care and in desperate need of help. The young men of our day idly hang around. It is incumbent that we provide them with some opportunities so that they can provide for their families and themselves. Scripture tells us in Proverbs 16 that idle hands are the devil's workshop. We must find positive areas for the hands of our young people to be more productive in. I am confident that with the implementation, successful monitoring of this National Investment Funds bill, help is just around the corner. Madam Speaker, as it relates to the Ministry of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and Family Island Affairs, I very humbly serve as the Parliamentary Secretary. The global pandemic has shown countries such as ours that importance of being able to be self-sufficient. The beginning of the Davis administrations mark a new era in the agriculture business of the Bahamas. Since becoming the governor of the Bahamas, the Davis administration has given the Minister of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and Family Islands Affairs, Honorable Clay Sweeting, and the team from the ministry an important task to ensure that the Bahamas becomes a country that can feed itself. By extension, reduce the number of imports coming into our country. With the assistance of this bill, we can expand various sectors in the ministry, such as poultry, commercial fishing, and farming. The establishment of this National Investment Funds will abode well for the entire country. As the Parliamentary Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and Family Island Affairs, there are a total of 17 major family islands divided into 33 local government districts. Airports must replicate, cleaning of drains replicated, cleaning of verges, beach access, and graveyards all have to be done on each and every island. In some instances, sometimes 3 to 4 times within one district. This is a very hard task, Madam Speaker. Other countries with one land mass has to do it once, maybe twice. Every island where Bahamians are residing, they will feel the presence, the love, and the care of this government. Our country uniqueness brings about budgetary challenges. This is what the national investment intends to do. Use our uniqueness in creating revenue. There are endless possibilities, but our creativity with both our human and natural resources will be a heart of this fund. Family Islands, Madam Speaker, will be a significant part of enhancing this fund. Hence, preservation of gifts to which God has given us is key. Whether in Andros, Cat Island, Eleuthera, or any other family islands, rocks or keys, these funds can be meaningful, especially impacting the life of each Bahamian citizen. Terminology like shared ownership, receiving revenue from royalty payments, and sovereign assets are welcome news. Also, Madam Speaker, there is the central bank component for consultation. Our people like to ask, who is going to supervise this? Well, Madam Speaker, there will be a board of governors. From this fund, there will be sub-funds. So as family islands sees new opportunities to this, can be added to the fund and assisting exploiting our natural resources. This is both money and asset-based, hence those local government districts that seek to offer any or both will add the development of family islands and by the extension of our country. Madam Speaker, with this implementation of this bill, it will be a new day in the lives of the residents of Family Islands. This bill will improve their lifestyles and create more opportunities for businesses, while improving the infrastructures across the length and breadth of our country. North Andros and the Berry Islands supports this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani. Okay.
Saxon pick one, man. Saxon pick one. Saxon pick one. Saxon pick one. He's in trouble. They're in trouble.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am so happy getting up to speak and seeing how much love is demonstrated for me from the governing side. I hope this love would continue. I am not a bad man.
No, you're not, Honorable Member.
But Madam Speaker, I'd just like to thank my executive, the Kalani Constituency Association, who had done a wonderful job in hosting a kids' party for the Kalani on Saturday. They enjoyed it, and many of them got together and even shouted out Happy Merry Christmas to the entire Bahamas, which I thought was unique. And it was not orchestrated by me. They got together and did that themselves. And I thought it was unique and spontaneous. They got good gifts, bicycles, etc. And my only regret, Madam Speaker, is that nor am I in the position to give even more. Because when I see individuals happy and receiving, that is most happiest moments of my life. And I thought it was very successful. But Madam Speaker, let me begin by wishing you, the staff at the House of Assembly, and members of the House of Assembly, happy holiday season. And let us remember that this season is rooted in the light and promise of Jesus Christ. In this spirit, may we be the people of generosity and gratitude. I wish everyone and their families good health and peace over the holidays and into the New Year's. Madam Speaker, as the member for Kalani, I rise today to offer my contribution to the debate on the National Investment Funds Bill 2022. And this bill repeals and replaces the Sovereign Wealth Fund Act 2016 and provides for the establishment and management of a national investment fund regime. The bill provides for the establishment of one or more national investment funds and sets forth the principles relating to the management and governance of such funds. It provides for the management of natural resource wealth of the Bahamas for the benefit of current and future generations. It empowers the minister to prescribe regulations to govern deposits, to allocation of and withdrawal of monies from a fund. It provides for the overall management of a fund by an appointed board of governors that is consistent with principles of good governance, transparency, and accountability. I support the legislation. Efforts to provide structure to the management of our natural wealth are critical. However, Madam Speaker, this bill alone is not a strategy to spur on robust and sustainable economic growth needed in our country. We are living in a new international context. The nature of globalization is changing. Rising costs and inflation will be with us for some time. The war in Ukraine continues. Energy costs continues to fluctuate. There's talk of a recession in various countries. Developing countries such as the Bahamas need to have a clear strategy and the infrastructure required for mitigation and resilience in the face of climate change. Even though this Prime Minister, who used to be a lawyer for an oil company, likes to fly around the world emitting more carbon, he has shown no clear plan for energy reform and renewables. And he and his government has no clear plan for climate adaptation, mitigation, and resilience, despite the legislation passed last week. Madam Speaker, economic growth and development requires a plan with various elements, including, as was mentioned by numerous speakers, infrastructure, education, and training, and support for new and existing industries that are sustainable. As far as I am aware, no unemployment data has been released by the New Day administration since it was elected to office more than a year ago. It is unclear how a government could set policy without knowing the unemployment rate. This includes youth unemployment and unemployment in New Providence, Grand Bahama, and the Family Islands. In a story from July 7th this year in the Nassau Guardian, the Inter-American Development Bank projected the jobless rate to be around 18%. If that is correct, this number, Madam Speaker, is very high. What is the New Day administration doing to cause more investment to happen in our country? What is the Prime Minister doing to ensure that more jobs are created? And the Davis administration put the country's reputation on line with FTX. And Madam Speaker, I know FTX is a taboo, and I will not cross any line. The New Day administration thought crypto was the next big thing. There are those pictures with the Prime Minister and the PLP grinning from ear to ear with Bankman Field at FTX events. The Prime Minister and the PLP were in a frenzy when it came to the crypto craze. Now that has collapsed and the reputation of the Bahamas is under constant attack. And what is the plan to address the damage to our reputation caused by FTX collapse? Madam Speaker, that is very important because Bahamas must maintain a reputation regardless to who is involved or what is involved. It's essential for us to maintain reputation internationally as well as domestically so as to encourage further investment. The Prime Minister wouldn't even give a national address. Instead, and this is important, instead they sent out the Attorney General to whom certain legal referrals may have to be made at some point. It seems as if the Prime Minister has no more ideas to bring investment and growth to our economy since crypto collapsed. Madam Speaker, the Bahamas needs new, sustainable industries. The Bahamas needs a wave of investments from real investors and not risky speculators. Try to make a buck from speculation or possibly shady business. For our country to grow, we also need leadership that is willing to do the hard work to create policy that draws in that investment. And Madam Speaker, as this bill falls under the Ministry of Finance, Prime Minister, it's essential that one pay particular attention to the bill if we want to bring it to fruition and benefit from what the bill intends to bring forth. The Bahamas sadly does not have that. Prime Minister appears to be allergic to doing work at his desk. He has been to Africa 3 times this year on trips. Whenever the pressure gets too much for him, he just gets on a plane and jets off to a conference so he can relax and have a good time as the problems pile up high on his desk. Madam Speaker, as a former Prime Minister, most weekends, in order to keep up, I had to go in office on Saturday and Sunday so as to ensure that my desk was empty by Monday. And many people would have stopped me at various different places and said that they were told that their file was on my desk. And I could have said with great confidence that was not on my desk because my desk is cleared. I can also say with great confidence that when Hubert Ingram was Prime Minister, he too used to go in on Sundays to ensure that his desk was clean. And I've been advised that even Perry Christie, when he traveled, took the excess documents with him to ensure that they were cleared and dealt with so that when he returned, they were all dealt with. That shows how serious a job, Prime Minister's job is, Mr. Speaker, if you are serious. Madam Speaker, like a modern day pharaoh, he was dancing and taking pictures at the pyramids. He was most recently in Angola. I don't know if he's still in Angola or where he's on his way to FIFA. Oh, he'll be home soon. When the Prime Minister abandons the Bahamas on these trips, he leaves behind crisis after crisis. Crisis after crisis.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and
It was
Belize.
enjoying some latitude in its attacks on the Prime Minister, and all of which he fully is engaged in tongue-in-cheek. The truth is, to use the word abandon will not be the appropriate word, Mr. Madam Speaker, and I ask the member to reconsider that word.
Thank you, honorable member.
Well, if you want to use the word, when he travels, he leaves behind, whether that is orchestrated or designed in that way, I don't know. But when he travels, he leaves behind crisis after crisis. Just the other day, the Deputy Prime Minister had to go to the steps of this House to talk with disgruntled union members. The man who's head of the government was once again not here to talk to such members. Parliament will pass this bill for national investment funds. But will the Prime Minister do the work to bring it into effect? Work is required. Will he do the work to create the structures required by the law? Will he ensure that the fund is properly managed? This is the grave challenge the Bahamas faces. Madam Speaker, we are stuck for nearly 4 years with a government member for Cat Island who appears not to like hard work and often seems not to know or care what's happening in his government. Madam Speaker, it's essential for me to elaborate on that. 6 to 8 months ago, I said in this Parliament, I said to the Prime Minister that the cabinet paper and information I know was available. The Prime Minister responded that he did not see it. That was 6 to 8 months ago. But on November 21st, an Eyewitness News reporter asked similar question, and the Prime Minister said he had not seen the documents or the paper. Madam Speaker, do you not find it strange that 6 to 8 months ago a question is asked And 8 months later, he still had not seen. If energy is so important, or that matter is so important, would a prime minister or manager not review so that he would be knowledgeable about the matter and deal with it appropriately, as opposed to 6, 8 months later saying they still had not seen the document? But decisions were made. Decisions were made. And the question has to be asked, who made such decision? Who made such decision? But Madam Speaker, let's take it further. National Insurance Actuarial Report study came out since January of 2022. Yet the Guardian, October 24th of this year, the Prime Minister said he had not yet seen the report. He had not yet seen the report. Yet he said decisions had to be made. Madam Speaker, it would appear that the Prime Minister has a history of not seeing reports. A Prime Minister must sit down and read. Reading is essential. Reading documents is essential to make decisions. Yes, most people like traveling, but still, you've been elected by the government, the Bahamian people, to make decisions, not just travel, and still 6 months later you have not seen documents. It shows that it's not important. Then the Prime Minister said, the Ministry of Finance is a big ministry. But Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has been cut to almost half the size when I was Prime Minister and headed finance. It was bigger. It was bigger when Hubert Ingram was Prime Minister. It was bigger when Perry Christie was Prime Minister. But now that it's cut and a lot of the work has been given to the Economic Affairs Minister, he's saying it's a big ministry. Well, is it too big for him, Madam Speaker? And if it's too big, I ask that the Prime Minister should reduce it. And how do you do that? Shuffle his cabinet and move himself from such ministry and give it to Economic Affairs and give others responsibility if it's too big for you, because you're not reading important documents where decisions has to be made. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has to concentrate and decide which is most important. Governing and making decisions for the Bahamian people, or traveling internationally and trying to support and make decisions internationally. But now, Madam Speaker, now, it appears as if they are becoming very desperate at this particular juncture. Madam Speaker, that is desperate in the administration, this administration. Would you believe that the government has a history of lawbreakers? Where is it? No. I just looking at these signs. Allow me to complete. The member for Elizabeth, issued so many taxi plates, over 600, without following the legal process. Plates have been issued, at least approval has been issued in Exuma without following the process. Then the member is being investigated for an alleged assault of a police officer. Now, it's easy to get the report, but still no report. But now they are asking the Ministry of Finance to follow the lawlessness. Madam Speaker, can you believe that the Ministry of Finance are sending communication asking certain government authorities to submit all the funds within their jurisdiction to the consolidated funds? By law, that cannot be done. That cannot be done. So what is going on? Are they scrapping for money so that more travels over?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exum, Mr.
Deputy, I just want to take exception to the reference made by Kalani in relation to my colleague from Elizabeth. It appears that he wishes to be judge and jury. He makes reference to lawbreakers, which he referred to us as. Then he makes reference to the member, as if, Madam Speaker, that the member had broken some law in his sole judgment, Madam Speaker. I just asked the member, he's a former prime minister, he's a short-serving prime minister, but he knows better, Madam Speaker. I believe he will make the adjustment.
Thank you, honorable member.
And I would refer the member to section 66, subsection 3(4) of the Transportation Act. And the member will be well versed as to the legal process and the law was not carried out. I will refer you to that, section 66. But Madam Speaker, they're asking authorities to deposit its fees into the consolidated fund when that is wholly inconsistent with the law. The act is straight. Section 34, subsection 2, that all public monies are to be credited to consolidated funds. However, the act then defines revenues, and this is important, as all taxes and fees and other funds over which Parliament has the power of appropriation. The last part, Madam Speaker, is critical because government revenues under the Public Finance Management Act are only those revenues that are directly authorized by Parliament. Thus, what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, starting with one entity demanding that their monies be sent to a consolidated fund. The question is, will Public Hospital Authority be next? Will Water and Sewage be next? Will NIB be next? I'll provide copies of the documents. I don't speak without documents. No, afterward, my time running out. Madam Speaker.
Indeed.
Madam Speaker. I can just read one. Currently, so-and-so is collecting various forms of government revenue on behalf of government of Bahamas. While the Standards Act provides for such and such government revenue, so-and-so, it's our position that all revenues collected by such and such should be deposited directly to a consolidated fund account. This is in line with legal provision outlined in the Public Finance Management Act, which I clarified. With immediate effect, all revenues collected by so-and-so are to be deposited directly to consolidated account, and a monthly report of deposits be forwarded to so-and-so. Madam Speaker, I'll table. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. So the question is, if certain entities are now being demanded that monies be deposited to consolidated, which the law don't allow, will BPL be next? Will Water and Sewage be next? I don't fall in trap. I do my search. The Prime Minister can't even keep roads in decent and usable state. The people have had to complain and complain and complain and complain and just get potholes filled. Madam Speaker, I've also seen individuals on social media complaining about your roads. But Madam Speaker, I think the public needs to know that under the Westminster system, the Speaker takes a neutral position as she manages the House. The Speaker's constituency is supposed to be managed by Cabinet and the Prime Minister. They are ultimately responsible. So, Madam Speaker, listen. I am not.
Kalani,
Stop that
Kalani,
clock.
repeat that for me again. Let me look over here.
Madam Speaker,
Let me adjust myself.
allow
Let me
to
adjust
speak.
myself.
Allow me to speak. Allow me to repeat. The Speaker of the House of Assembly is in charge of Parliament. They are supposed to be non-biased in terms of political. They are to protect the rights of government and the opposition.
Especially the opposition.
And therefore, under the Westminster system, the Speaker's constituency is supposed to be managed and ensure that it gets what is needed by cabinet and the Prime Minister.
The chair recognizes West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, it is amazing out of office, and hindsight becomes 2020.
And you had to hop
It's
over me.
incredible. You have perfect vision
hop
now.
over me.
Because the truth is, the Westminster system also says that because you take care of, and the members expected to be non-biased, that individual, the Speaker, secures nomination. You think Brother Mochi would agree with you? The former Speaker of the House of Assembly? You are now advising?
I would hope one day we move to a level of maturity. I would hope one day that we move to a level of maturity where the Speaker is agreed upon by both sides, and the Speaker is never contested in such constituency. And one day, I may not be here, but one day we would move to that degree of maturity. Madam Speaker, and Grand Bahama has not benefited from the supposed New Day. In a February 1st article in the business section of Nassau Guardian, the Prime Minister talked down Grand Bahama. He said, and I quote, "But for Grand Bahama, there's always this sort of question mark. And why is there that question mark? If they are willing to invest in the Bahamas, when we ask them if they'd like to come to Grand Bahama, there's always some reluctance on their part." He went on and he said, "I had a conversation in Dubai, for example. Persons even came to Grand Bahama to look at projects, and their desire to invest just withered because it just didn't connect to them. But we are working on how we can restore fully the confidence of investors to invest in Grand Bahama." I asked the question, tell us what they needed to connect. Then let us all work to do it so that Grand Bahama can advance. Now, only the Prime Minister knows what they said, because he said they needed certain things to connect. So inform us what they needed. Do you know, West End? I'm sure you don't know, because you would have. They have not restored investor confidence. Subsequently, our Lucaia deal collapsed. A new international airport in Grand Bahama is vital for new investments. Had the FNM been re-elected, such a new airport would have been on the way. And sadly, Madam Speaker, after a year plus in office, it is unclear what the plans are for a new airport under the PLP. The New Day administration is failing, and the Prime Minister is failing. The governing side is not governing well. The people of Eleuthera have to complain just to get water for their homes. The governing side, New Day, is causing so many bad days for Bahamians. Madam Speaker, it is important that this administration ensures this investment fund is administered properly. The bill states, I quote, "The board may engage an external asset manager and investment advisor, or a fund manager and fund administrator, each of whom is licensed or registered by the Securities Commission of the Bahamas. to provide management and advisory services in respect of certain types of investments as may be prescribed. And the engagement of such a person shall be published on the website established pursuant to Section 23. End quote. This governing party has a long history of making appointments and giving contracts to their friends. The administration must ensure that the most qualified and capable persons or groups is selected to help manage the fund. We must not put management of the assets of Bahamian people in the hands of someone who's not qualified just because he or she is politically connected. The Bahamian people deserves better than that. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to create a fund that invests to expand the wealth of Bahamian people. What I hope this administration does is stop making policies that hurt Bahamians. The Prime Minister has raised the electricity bill for all people. And Madam Speaker, if time permits, I see the CEO from PPL had said they would not advance any further with the rate reduction bond. And if plan permit, I would like to go through the entire process of what was the plan for the FNM. If I don't do it today, I would like to do it afterward in terms of the bunkering of LNG, et cetera, and how that would have benefited the entire populace, not only the government, but the people, individuals, as well as the particular entity. The administration left in place a hedge strategy that protected Bahamians from high prices. The New Day administration messed that up big time. Madam Speaker, the global inflation problem has made it difficult for our people to make ends meet. I raised hell the other day, said my corned beef went up twice the price, 100%. It gone up again. Madam Speaker, it keep going up. And caviar keep going down. I don't want no caviar. I want my corned beef. I don't mind little fish roll. I don't mind fish roll. Then there's the Davis administration added on inflation that makes things worse. That is electricity, and therefore the cost of business going up, restaurants going up, mom and papa store going up, clothing going up, toys going up, everything. Bread basket item went up, medication went up. Thank God the government brought in the drug plan. And therefore, many people qualify under the drug plan and can receive their medication. Madam Speaker, I was so happy and proud to go and sign that document for the drug plan. So the monies I used to spend every month for medication, it's now free, so I can divert that and buy some more corned beef. But real property tax went up 3 to 4 times. 3 to 4 times. And then they're doing surveys in the Family Islands. It's sad, and maybe the government can tell us whether it's true or not, that the intention is to introduce real property tax on Family Islanders. I don't know. The tax-free zones that we created for the poor people over the hill and depressed areas that we were expanding. Madam Speaker, they are not respecting the tax-free zone. They are insisting that individuals pay for business license, pay for real property tax. That was not the intent. Anglican, you would not allow that to happen. Ensure that it expands and includes Anglican soon. I would be with you. And now, Madam Speaker, I am certain that the deputy leader will talk about the increase in cost for within the road traffic department. The mess of a BPL hedge will ensure more pain for our people and business for the next year and a half. And someone must be held. Madam Speaker, in order to protect our economy and to make Bahamas as a place people want to visit, the New Day administration must get a handle on crime. In the first full year of the Davis administration, we are nearing a national murder record. Nearly 130 people have been murdered this year thus far. The violence in New Providence is out of control. Investors and tourists could be less likely to come here and spend their money if this administration does not get a handle on the situation. On the rare occasion when he's in the Bahamas, Prime Minister hardly talks about crime anymore. His failure to come up with a workable crime plan is disgraceful. The now governing party promised this in the run-up last general election in its blueprint for change. Quote, "We also commit to enhancing crime-fighting methodologies in our aggressive war against crime." They have not done this, Madam Speaker. In fact, citizens of Bahamas can see no effective crime response at all from this Prime Minister and his administration. Gunmen do what they want in New Providence. They open fire on their targets with automatic weapons when and where they like. Sadly, innocent bystanders, including children, get caught up in the crossfire, and Bahamians do not want to live like this, Madam Speaker. Bahamians want to live in peaceful communities. They want to raise their families in place of law and order. But the government themselves are not following the law. Procurement Act. Safety and security are also essential in boosting economic growth. And the National Investment Fund will not have, you gave me my few minutes back for when I had repeated certain things.
Oh, Heavenly Father.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I repeat it again. Madam Speaker, Cabinet is not being fair to you.
Not all of them, not all. Not all.
No, not all. The National Investment Fund will not have
But the numbers are
impact
few.
it should
The numbers are few.
if New Providence continues to be a place of violence and disorder. The people elected the New Day administration to lead in order to make their lives better. Yet, what they have gotten in the first year of the New Day governance, possibly a murder record. The leadership of this Prime Minister has been abysmal. He doesn't even like to stay in the country, and we've dealt with that. One of his greatest failures has been not leading when it comes to crime. Madam Speaker, I support the goals of this legislation, despite my considerable doubt that much of the legislation we have passed this year may come into effect because this Prime Minister is more interested in having fun times as a saying. Madam Speaker, I support this legislation, and I would hope that all that is necessary for this legislation to move forward would be put in place. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Which document? Oh, some documents? Order the documents be brought up?
Copy these and make sure I get it back. 12 there. What's that? No, I don't need to address that. I have paid the deposit to Nassau Glass. He's talking about the mirror coming out of Tropical on the Bay Street. It's broken. I have already paid, written the check. I sent out an announcement to Tropical Garden residents that the matter is in hand. They would have done the assessment. I've written a check. My aide would take the check to Nassau Glass. They've already inspected the area, so my glass will be put in place. No thanks to you. Huh? No, I know that. I never got that. I never got that. Rashad. You can
Order the documents lie on the table.
but tell I don't want to table it because people need to be quiet, but you can see it and bring it back.
Okay. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of Centerville. That's right. Who have given me the opportunity to serve in this place. It is also, more importantly, on the strength of the Almighty God that I stand here today. I am forever grateful for His renewed grace and mercy every day towards myself, my family, this country, and our citizens. Madam Speaker, since the last time I spoke in this place, much has happened in our constituency. And I'd like to take this opportunity to point out some of what has occurred and to mention people who are excelling in their activities. Firstly, I would like to draw attention to two young gentlemen who are doing great things. The first is one Mr. Justin Curry, who attends C.R. Walker High School and lives in Centerville. He is the recipient of the Urban Renewal and University of the West Indies Scholarship Award. And I would like to thank the member, yes, members from Grand Bahama and Marathon for their enlightening us. He received this award, Madam Speaker, for his academic success and for completing the summer course with UWI with an exceptionally high score. Who says nothing good comes from over the hill? I congratulate him on this achievement, Madam Speaker, and also wish to send good wishes to his mother and his family. The second young man I wish to highlight is Sidney Sawyer, who stood here just last month and took part in the Youth in Parliament exercise, where he ably represented Centerville. I was pleased and almost frightened at the very same time. I offer him my congratulations on a job well done, and I wish to encourage him to keep up the good work. Yes. Madam Speaker, I believe that it is imperative that we do everything we can to provide a good example and mentorship to the young men in our society. On November 27th, in commemoration of International Men's Day, which was observed on the 19th of November, I was privileged to meet with a group of men, young men, at the Stephen Dillard Primary School to speak to them on this topic, along with other individuals such as Mr. Keith Cox, Reverend Randy Hanna, Mr. Keno Wong, who all came and shared of their time and energy to listen and learn and communicate with these young men who will be the future nation builders. Madam Speaker, November was a busy month for us in Centerville. We also had the opportunity to take 11 of our young persons to have them participate in the Kansas, Bahamas basketball camp, which was held at the Bahama Resort. They thoroughly enjoyed their experience at the camp, and we were happy to be able to provide them with that experience through an invitation from the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the member for Garden Hills, my apologies. Colleagues should note that all is not lost with the young people of this country, though there are some bad apples and at-risk children that do exist. A goodly number of our Bahamian youth are law-abiding, intelligent, and striving young people who deserve every assistance that our country can lend them in order to succeed. And it may be and sound a bit cliche, but Madam Speaker, the truth is the young people are still the future of this country. They are the ones, St. Barnabas, that we will one day look to for leadership. We cannot give up on them. We must encourage them in well-doing. And Madam Speaker, dear to my heart are the elderly. We cannot forget the elderly amongst us. These are the people who have paved the way for this generation. We owe them a debt of gratitude and care for where they have brought this country. They have done so much with so little. With this in mind, I had the pleasure of being able to extend 40 bags of pleasantries to our Centerville Urban Renewal Center for their Christmas party for our Seniors Association. At this event, several persons were recognized. Ms. Margaret Walks, Ms. Naomi Chipman were among two of the many that received awards for their faithfulness and their dedication to the association. And I wish to publicly thank the Urban Renewal team in our constituency for the work that they're doing daily to help the most vulnerable and needy amongst us. Madam Speaker, I would also wish to take this opportunity to extend my thanks to the officers and members of the Zonta Club of New Providence, who placed orange ribbons on lampposts and trees throughout the Centerville constituency as part of the international Orange the World campaign. We were extremely grateful, Madam Speaker, that they chose to start this initiative in Centerville. We love being the center of attention. This exercise was carried out to bring awareness to the most important issue of gender-based violence. Gender-based violence and domestic violence are issues that we tackle daily in our country. And we must ensure that citizens are aware of the effect that violence of any kind has on us, especially women and children. Madam Speaker, in Centerville, we have carried out some housekeeping exercises, which I sincerely hope continue into the new year. New lights have been installed. We have had smooth paving of the road on Peach Street, Madam Speaker. And I'm being told that as we speak, there's the grading of Arundel Street, which was in horrible repair. And I'd like to take this time to thank the member for South Beach and Fort Charlotte and their ministry for the attention that they have brought to this. I also wish, Madam Speaker, to commend my colleague from the member for Golden Isles for launching the cleanup campaign that we had take place in Centerville. Oh, we're looking beautiful. Oh, we skip over none on this team, St. Barnabas. We skip over none on this team.
Yes, the voice instance. Skip over the speaker.
There will be no man left behind on this team, St. Barnabas. Madam Speaker, we endeavor to keep the constituency clean and well kept. And I ask that the residents partner with us by ensuring that their premises and surroundings are kept clean as possible, and to please contact the relevant government agencies or our constituency office if parks and green spaces are not cleaned or if the trash is not collected on time. Whilst much has been done in this regard, Madam Speaker, we are well aware that there is still much left to do. And I wish to assure residents, especially those in the Fort Hill area, that we will be returning to finish the job we started. And I've been assured of this, the Minister of Environment, my good colleague from Golden Isles. Madam Speaker, this past Saturday, the 10th of December, the Centerville Medical Center and Doctors Hospital, with the physicians and medical partners of Centerville, partnered with us and held their Christmas community event at the parking lot on Collins Avenue. I want to thank the organizers of that event, and I look forward to working with them again in the future. Having and being a good corporate citizen, Madam Speaker, in a nation such as the Bahamas is essential to national development. And these initiatives that seek to benefit the constituents indirectly benefit our corporate partners. Madam Speaker, this coming Saturday, the 17th of December, the Centerville Christmas Extravaganza will be held on Windsor Park from 2 to 5. And the only requirement for this, Madam Speaker, is, in the words of that great song from Kenny Rogers, members only. Kalani, now whilst I know you come and you visit the barbershop in Centerville, I'm told by our team that unfortunately that does not qualify as a resident for Centerville. You must be a resident of Centerville. It's not my fight. It's not our fight. But you must be a resident of Centerville. We will have games, music, food and drinks, sweet treats, prizes and surprises, things and more things.
All right.
The people of Centerville know that we do it big in our constituency. And this year will be no different. I invite residents to come out and partake as we celebrate the Yuletide season together. Madam Speaker, I cannot talk about all of the great things that have taken place in the constituency without taking this opportunity to publicly thank Team Centerville, the people who helped me in the constituency to make sure that all of these things get done. As members of Parliament, we are sometimes stretched inside and outside of the constituency. Having a good team and stellar people who can assist you is crucial if one is to be effective. So I am extremely grateful to Team Centerville for their dedication and diligence. Madam Speaker, I think that it is widely known that no man or woman is infallible and no political party is perfect. Those of us on this side of the aisle are not perfect. And certainly those on the other side are not either. Certainly, I wanted to emphasize that. This being said, Madam Speaker, I find it amazing how those on the side opposite would attempt to prey on those amongst us with their prey, P-R-E-Y, E-Y, prey, a predatory style, with their short-term and selective memories. It is. They attempt to portray their side, Madam Speaker, as brand new, as if a general election loss and change of party officers has washed them white as snow. Now I know they have an Adrian White, but I don't know them to have a Snow White. Madam Speaker, I certainly recall that it was an F&M administration that sat in the office of the Prime Minister to sign the Oban deal, where one man is alleged to have signed the name of another man. On this issue, St. Barnabas, according to reports, there was someone who dubbed that exercise as a clumsy execution of a ceremonial signing and a rookie mistake.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
I have intentionally stayed silent for years on the Oban matter. But since they brought it up, Madam Speaker, the Oban was supposedly already cleared by the PLP. The election came. Yes. We picked up the documents, haven't with everything completed, supposedly completed by the PLP. Not because governments are supposed to be continuous. Unfortunately, what we did not know is they did not do proper due diligence, and we got caught with that. But we took the hit. We took the hit. But governments should be continuous, meaning that when documents are ready for signing memorandum of understanding, you must assume that the former government had done all the due diligence. But unfortunately, it was not done. And we took responsibility. That's what leadership is about. You take the responsibility, even though you knew that others had not done their work.
And you're gonna remember. You may continue, Senator.
Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity, and I know I referenced in Barnabas in that last statement, but I had the opportunity to research and confirm. No, it was the member for Marco City who made that statement. Yes. Indeed, Madam Speaker.
Member Marco City made the statement.
Yes.
Marco City, that's it?
Indeed, Madam Speaker, no man or woman is infallible, and no political party is perfect. Madam Speaker, I recall that it was an F&M administration that locked down the country, sometimes with little to no notice, and citizens could not obtain necessary supplies. I recall the run on grocery stores, Madam Speaker. They're being called in alphabetical order. It was a hard time for me. I don't know how the member for St. Anne's made it, with his title being white. The long lines, it's because we were going in alphabetical order, St. Anne's. The W.
Last name.
Yes, last name. The long lines and the protest staged by Bahamians online and on the streets. I recall, Madam Speaker, that two of their former ministers were condemned by a sitting magistrate for their involvement in a case before the court. I recall what seemed, Madam Speaker, like months of chaos after Hurricane Dorian's passing. I recall members of the F&M calling for the resignations of sitting ministers, dubbing their response a failure. I recall that the audited financials of the Disaster Reconstruction Authority have been tabled, and we are awaiting the findings of the forensic audit of what happened to the Hurricane Dorian relief under the watch of the F&M. Madam Speaker, indeed, no man or woman is infallible, and no political party is perfect. We have all marveled. He's not here. We have all marveled, Madam Speaker, at the member for Marco City writing and oratory and acting skills through his poems and plays like Bus Ride and Count It Again. I even paid for tickets to watch these shows. However, no matter how much he and others on the side opposite may think they're gaining political points by playing gotcha politics and grandstanding inside and outside of this place. Now, while I am sure they can devise their own list of what they deem to be failures and missteps by the Progressive Liberal Party, the point is, none of us is perfect. And certainly not the Free National Movement by any mode of measurement. Yeah. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people have endured much in the past under their administration. I do not think that we will ever know the exact toll of the catastrophes our people face. Hurricane Dorian, the COVID-19 pandemic, the former administration. I do know now that we are back to some semblance of normalcy.
Holes in the road.
And the Bahamian people need results. This PLP administration must deliver opportunity for our people. Any honeymoon period that we may have had is well and truly over. And it is imperative that the FNM be kept out of office. This country needs progress and growth that only a PLP administration can bring, as is our track record to do.
I want my time back, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, before us
I
today,
want my time back.
is the National Investment Fund Bill. This bill seeks to repeal and replace the current Sovereign Wealth Fund Act, 2016. At the time of passing of that bill, the Bahamas was also establishing petroleum legislation.
Obviously, you're not proud of it.
The Sovereign Wealth Fund has been underutilized over the
Do what
years.
we already did.
And this administration is also exploring other avenues of revenue generation
Build it up.
through the blue economy and other means as part of our economic diversification efforts. Colleagues would recall the debate and passing of the Carbon Credit Trading Bill and the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiatives Bill in this place some months back. This National Investment Fund will remodel the current Sovereign Wealth Fund to better align with international best practices on transparency, accountability, and governance of such funds, and allow for the establishment of various funds and sub-funds as it is necessary for the country's infrastructure and development needs, amongst other things. The aim of this proposed legislation is outlined, as indicated earlier, in Section 3 of the bill. The first is to authorize the establishment of a national investment fund for the purpose specified in Section 4, subsection 2. The second goal of the fund's establishment is to provide for the management of the natural resource wealth of the Bahamas and private investments held by the government of the Bahamas for the present and future benefit of its people in an effective and efficient manner. Madam Speaker, truth is, the natural resources of the Bahamas and how they have been handled are always a hot topic. I recall growing up and being told that our resources were sun, sand, and sea. We now know that God has blessed this country with more than just sun, sand, and sea. We have underdeveloped land, raw and construction materials, potential oil reserves, and blue carbon seagrass, and blue carbon through seagrass meadows. We must find ways and means to sustainably and responsibly use our natural resources to aid in the development of our country and for our people. As an archipelago with multiple inhabited islands and keys, the Bahamas is saddled with the need for duplication of infrastructure, as the member for Nabi pointed out earlier. We must find new ways of generating revenue that can supplement the current mode of borrowing and levying of taxes and fees. This legislation, Madam Speaker, is another step in the right direction. Madam Speaker, Section 4, subsection 2 of the bill sets forth the purposes for which an investment fund can be established. The Honorable Prime Minister and member for Cat Island, Ramkey and San Salvador, in his introduction of this bill, spoke to the importance of public-private partnerships in the development of our country. He said, mobilizing private capital in partnership with government is the most effective way to see a significant advancement in expensive projects. Instead of the public having to contribute or borrow every penny for roads, schools, hospitals, airport, and homes, we will invite the private sector to partner with us. Instead of having the public to have to contribute or borrow every penny to expand renewable energy or improve our defenses against hurricanes, we will invite others to partner with us to strengthen our resilience. These partnerships can provide enormous advantages, but it's crucial that they are managed and overseen in the country's best interests. I believe that this way of thinking actually makes sense, and managed correctly and equitably can have a tremendous benefit and impact on our nation. Madam Speaker, this bill also provides for the investment of a fund seeking a greater return. The investment committee, comprising of 2 board members and 5 other persons with relevant expertise and knowledge, are charged with overseeing such investments. Sections 15, 16, and 17 of the bill speak to the manner in which a fund can be invested under the direction of the minister responsible, which in this instance would be the Minister of Finance. Section 16.3 outlines in prescribing the investment mandate the considerations that the minister shall give. This bill also outlines the responsibilities of the Minister of Finance, the board, and the investment committee. It calls for the audit and frequent reporting and for financials to be made public. Madam Speaker, may I be allowed to say that again? It calls for the financials to be made public, i.e. transparency, through presentation and laying on the table in Parliament. Madam Speaker, it is my hope that colleagues will support this bill as it provides a mechanism by which the future Bahamas can be built upon. It is another component of the plan being implemented by this administration to create a stronger, more resilient, and independent Bahamas. Madam Speaker, as we move closer to the 50th anniversary of our independence, business as usual is no longer acceptable. The Bahamian people want and need results. They want and need positive change. The Bahamian people want and need more than the usual rhetoric and pontification. We have been through too much as a nation. Too many people have sacrificed their family life and livelihoods, etc., to serve our country, for this to be all there is to it. At the end of the next 50 years, Bahamians of the future should be able to remember this generation as the one that changed the course for the better, the one that ushered in economic empowerment for our citizens, the one that built on the quiet revolution and independence. Next year, 2023, we will also celebrate 56 years of majority rule and 70 years since the first, best, and most successful political party was established. The PLP of today must continue in the legacy of growth, ingenuity, longevity of the first PLP administration. Madam Speaker, if I could just take us back into time for 2 seconds. In the PLP magazine published in November of 1956, it states, "We chart our course under the leadership of the Progressive Liberal Party in the abiding belief that it is dedicated to the service of all Bahamians and not to a privileged few, and will prove its superiority over all other political parties. Madam Speaker, as members and representatives of the PLP, we stand on the shoulders of some giants who have passed on. Some of them just as short as myself and even shorter. Some who have moved on, Madam Speaker, and some who are still with us now. Their success and impact must be our barometer. Comparing ourselves to the other side is too low a bar. We must surpass and make proud those who created the modern Bahamas. We must move forward with the same strength and resolve that they had to make this country better for a generation we may never see or may never meet. But who will know that we passed this way by the fact that their lives are better than they would have been had it not been for a progressive liberal party. We have a grand opportunity that we cannot squander. The people are dependent on us, Madam Speaker. We must continue to be as solid as a rock as we step into a new frontier. We must be bold and brave as we lead our nation forward into a new day. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, if I do not get a chance to rise in this place again before the holiday break, I want to take this opportunity to wish all my colleagues in this place and that other place as well, in addition to the people of Centerville and the Bahamas in general, a very Merry Christmas and a safe and prosperous New Year. Madam Speaker, Centerville supports this bill. May God bless Centerville and continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, parliamentary colleagues, I bid you season's greetings. As I rise to make, I didn't miss my flight. As I rise to make my contribution to this National Investment Funds bill, I want to start by thanking Almighty God and the great hardworking residents of Central Grand Bahama, whose voices I proudly represent. I express my gratitude to them to be able to come into this honored house for 2 consecutive terms with their best interests at the forefront. Madam Speaker, permit me to briefly bring condolences to MCM Wilfred Bevins on the passing of his brother John on Saturday. May his soul rest in peace and rise in glory, and also to all those who would have been traveling through Sorrows Valley at this time. Madam Speaker, on a good note, my soul is indeed dancing too. Amen. As I welcome my wife and my daughter back home, having been away since September for medical reasons. So I'm extremely happy that they are now safely in the Bahamas and will be here. Absolutely. Central Grand Bahamians are hardworking, loving, and striving Bahamian citizens who are simply seeking, Madam Speaker, a happy and fulfilled life with stability and, of course, financial freedom. As industrious, intelligent, and hard forward-thinking men and women, they deserve a prosperous and advanced future for their children and their children's children. And I hope that provisions will be made in this investment fund to do such things. Madam Speaker, I don't think that's asking for too much. As Bahamians, they deserve it. Today, we are fighting multiple compounded challenges as the world takes hit after hit to global economic infrastructures. And speaking of infrastructural development again, that should be or is a major thrust of this bill. It is a fact that one of the most burgeoning issues is the erosion, and I'm going to stress this, of food security across the globe. And particularly at this time, Christmas time, people can't go hungry. Small island development states like the Bahamas that continue to rely on importations are in an even more dangerous place as we face natural disasters, health crisis, and now even the direct effect of the hostile conflict that continues in Europe, which is giving rise to the global recession. But, Madam Speaker, we know that we cannot sustain our food consumption habits, and so, as was stated, the former government had already begun making moves to combat this important issue. And it was stated, earlier that we didn't do much, so I'll have to remind us of some of the initiatives that we did later on in my presentation. Since coming into office in May 2017 and graciously being re-elected last September, the amazing residents of Central Grand Bahama have partnered with me and my team to forge ahead with a wonderful initiative to promote backyard farming within and throughout the communities. Small steps making big differences. Madam Speaker, we started off with just a small nursery area on the Mall Drive where an assortment of vegetables was grown. A team of volunteers, including residents, churches, and students, have donated countless hours of time and effort to cultivate this property. And I'm happy to say today that we are now growing again more eggplants, world famous eggplants, bell peppers, dill, sweet potatoes, cassava, onion, scallions, bananas, corn, and especially during the season, we have right now a bumper crop right now of okra and pumpkin. Well, yes, we now have more than 50 breadfruit plants in the ground, thanks to our partners, our global partners, the Trees That Feed. 50 in the ground, up from 20 we had in March this year. And we have more to be planted in the upcoming months. As a result of this initiative, we have distributed hundreds of backyard farming kits to residents who themselves have developed green thumbs. And today, as we speak, the Church Commercial Farming Group, headed by Pastor Robert Lockhart and Eddie Victor and their team, are at the Princess Lawn giving out farming kits to further encourage Grand Bahamians to get involved. Thank you for this very important group for partnering with us and making a difference as relates to local empowerment and food security. And I do hope that a part of this investment fund is directed to agribusinesses as well as the local fishing industries, because that goes a long way to promoting small businesses as well as securing our food security issues that we are faced with now. This past Saturday, Madam Speaker and colleagues, I was happy to announce that we had another installation of the world-famous Central Grand Bahama Farmers Market, again at our Royal Oasis Park. This initiative, Madam Speaker, has given constituents from East Grand Bahama, Marco City, Pine Ridge, and yes, West Grand Bahama, and yes, of course, Central Grand Bahama, the opportunities to sell their farm produce and handmade craft for some additional income and exposure. Madam Speaker, I'm also happy to advise that discussions are still ongoing with Harcourt Development to create a much-needed park in South Bahamia. I vow as the Member of Parliament to continue to agitate on their behalf to ensure that this initiative comes into fruition. Madam Speaker, as a community leader and a Member of Parliament, I'm also a Grand Bahamian businessman. The island and its people have taken beating after beatings, and each time we have risen above the trials and tribulations. But Grand Bahamians are ready for more than just talk. They want action. They want movement.
You want that deal?
Absolutely. Can we see the free national movement? They want a functioning international airport. They want a functioning international airport.
The Renaissance.
Grand Bahamians want a functioning hospital and a robust economy. I just call on the powers that be to seek to address these concerns expeditiously, and I hope again that this investment fund will address those initiatives. Madam Speaker, in order to mitigate, see, talk is cheap, money by land. Let us see proof. Let us see proof, not pie in the sky. Let us see evidence. Let us see proof that the funds will be invested in those much-needed infrastructures. In order to mitigate the effect of Hurricane Dorian and the economic fallout as a result of the pandemic, let me just say some of the things the former administration did. We implemented the Special Economic Recovery Zones, or the CERTs, for Grand Bahama and Abaco in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian to provide hundreds of millions in VAT and duty exemptions to aid in the rebuilding and restoration of impacted communities. We also implemented search for lesser developed islands of the Bahamas, including Andros and the Southern Bahamas, to have special VAT and duty exemptions, yes, for vehicles, commercial and construction activities in those islands, because we understood that those islands were also in need. Go and read the document. We implemented a national feeding program with the help of multiple non-governmental organizations or NGOs and provided over $190 million in funding to provide unemployment assistance to unemployed Bahamians. It was there. We issued small, vehicles was included. We issued small business loans to hundreds of SMEs and helped to keep dozens of companies open. Just to remind you what we did. We upgraded healthcare facilities and sought to provide the necessary support to respond to the challenges of the day. We ensured that VAT remained, St. Barnabas, VAT remained off breadbasket items, off medicine, insurance, baby food, supplies and clothing, because we knew that this would make life just a little bit easier. We knew that this is in the aftermath of the devastating Hurricane Dorian and newly discovered novel coronavirus, the need was great across the archipelago. Perhaps this new administration can still pivot and act before it's too late. We already know that the possible implication of yet another hit to the country's economy would be devastating. The government must act and act fast. The Minister administration took the country, and I'm going to say this slowly, took the country from a decade of no growth to a consecutive period of economic growth prior to Hurricane Dorian and the pandemic, as a matter of fact. We ensured there was a strong pipeline of inward investment to sustain economic growth. Once the country was hit by the historic storm and global health crisis, we moved to implement several initiatives to keep the fiscal gain we had over the previous years. Madam Speaker, the former government provided unprecedented support to Bahamian entrepreneurs and small businesses and established the Small Business Development Center, the SBDC, the Access Accelerator, to provide direct support and funding for entrepreneurs.
Which ones?
Approximately $70 million had been approved by the government for SMEs, and as of April 2021, $53 million had been disbursed to approximately 1,800 businesses. No, simply say we do. Now let me remind you of what we did. We implemented the private sector employment retention program that provided over $40 million in tax credit to help the payroll expenses of over 1,400 employees during the pandemic. Yes. Facts. Madam Speaker, much of the performance being reported can be tied directly to the arduous work of the previous administration. But we acknowledge that and understand that governments are continuous, and we do want you to succeed. This initiative we will support. The basic framework, the intention is good. We just want to ensure that it's done with transparency and accountability. The country is now seeing a slow return to normalcy, yes, with hotels filling up, Bahamians returning to work, and businesses slow is good. And businesses reopening. We support this and simply want to see more signs pointing to a rebound in the Bahamian economy. Now, speaking directly to this investment fund bill, while the intention of this bill is indeed good, and like I said earlier, we agree, we support the initiative, the framework. As stated in the objectives, the purpose of this act is to authorize the establishment of a national investment fund to do, among other things, develop national infrastructure. We want that. public improvement projects. We want that. Development and advancement in the blue, green, and orange economy, as was stated earlier. We want that. To receive revenue derived from royalty payments received from the exploitation of natural resources pursuant to the Biological Resources and Traditional Knowledge Act. We want that, yes, absolutely. Madam Speaker, but of course, there are some concerns, as was pointed out earlier by the member for East Grand Bahama. You talk about concerns, certain section was pointed out, section 5.2, 7.8, 10, 12.1, 13F, 16.1, and 16.3, all speak to the powers, and that is where it's scary for me, of the minister.
Now,
It appears as if the minister has more power, in some instances, than the Board of Governors, who we believe will be professionals from the private sector. As the bill spelled out, they are to be professionals from the private sector. And we should trust them to run this initiative. We can look at examples, good examples like the Arawak Port Development, where they do a phenomenal job. Trust the private sector to run with it. Even though there will be times when certain public funds will be used, I don't believe, in my estimation, that we're going to attract all of the international investors that we want, because the fear will be that, there's a possibility of political interference. So again, I want us to look at that so that we can maximize the possibility of foreign investors and private investors putting funds into this. But there's going to be that fear that there's a possibility that the minister will be involved, so I'm going to pull back. Madam Speaker, I promise to be brief, and I'll say nothing more on that initiative, except for the fact that we will support the basic framework. I think the intention is good, as is documented, and we want to congratulate the government for continuing on with the initiative that we started. We laid the framework, and it's good. Government are continuous.
Some reap and some sow.
Some reap and some sow. But I hope at the end of the day that we'll all sow. But those concerns that I pointed out, those are real concerns that I think we really need to address. To the good residents of Central Grand Bahama, I would like to congratulate, Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate the Pindus Point Township. West Grand Bahama Township, they're doing a very good job too, with Mr. Jimmy Smith and his crew. But Pindus Point, you have to give credit to where it's due. Nakia Hunt and Forbes and the rest of the crew, they're doing a very good job. Absolutely. Yes, they're doing a very good job. And on Friday night, they had something called Carols in the Hood. And they invited the churches from all through the communities to come and they sang. And as a member of Parliament, I partnered with them, along with the Church of Scientology, who's been very good. Oh yes, I sang solo. I sang solo, they can hear me. No, I did not. But again, we served some 200 plus children with toys. We had a good grill out, hamburgers, hot dogs, and persons there in the basketball court, and they just socialized until maybe 9:30, 10 o'clock in the night. And at the same time, I would like to congratulate Pastor Allison Pinder, who was installed on Friday night as now the pastor of Upper Zion Baptist Church, yes, in Pindus Point. So I had to go between the YMTA children's event and the church. Yes, he's now in charge of Upper Zion, and I'm sure he's going to do a wonderful, wonderful job. And to the children of Central Grand Bahama, this coming Saturday, we will gather again at the Royal Oasis Park from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There will be lots of food, gifts, folks, and fun. And like Centerville said, it's not necessarily members only that Clarence Carter spoke about. We register all of the children, and in addition to the vendors, to members only, what we are doing is that in Central Grand Bahama Farmers Market, we had a lot of the local vendors who've been very supportive, who've been pushing the initiative. So we've invited them to come out, and we'll show appreciation also to the vendors, because this initiative is really growing. And we have this at the Royal Oasis, and something that I really want us to look at as talking about national development. And this might be a little sensitive, but a property like that sits in the heart of the city of Freeport, owned by a foreign investor, who would have benefited under the Hotel Encouragement Act, who would have gotten all of the government concessions, perhaps left town owing to utility company, perhaps owing national insurance. I talk about national development now. I talk about what we should do. We need to find a way.
But your member
We need-
talked about doing due diligence.
We need to find a way. And this is not pointing finger at any of the government. This is not, no. When we sign these heads of agreement, there should be a clause. We welcome foreign investors, but when the foreign investor comes to this country, they would have gotten all of the benefits, all of the concessions, reap all of the profits according to their ROI intention, and then leave the property abandoned in the middle of the city, where collecting insurance after the hurricane. And I believe there should be some mechanism where those properties should be clawed back for the Bahamian people.
Not a bad idea, except.
You may say it may frighten investors from coming, but we need to find a way, because it is a national disgrace for such a prominent piece of land in Grand Bahama to be sitting there. And I'm happy that the managers at Harcourt allowed us to go and clean it up for the farmers market. But there should be somewhere where if these investors does not develop their properties, you had certain deliverables, create jobs, bring in tourists, pour into the economy. And if you are neglecting on your responsibilities, you should claw back some of your benefits. And I'm serious. And again, as a government, we should look at these heads of agreement critically to ensure that our people and our national land are protected. You're trying to cause problems. You're trying to cause problems. But once again, Central Grand Bahama has no issue supporting this initiative, and I do believe that at the end of the day, once this fund is passed, once this bill is passed, if there's the need for us to tweak, if there's a need for us to amend on behalf of the people, I hope that we are mature enough to go ahead and amend it as necessary, because, like Senator said, no party is perfect, and especially that no party is perfect. So again, no bill is perfect. So having the opportunity to be amended is critical. And if we notice along the way, if there are some issues that we need to change, some sections and subsections that we need to change, we need to be mature enough not to say this is a PLP bill or FNM bill, it's the people's bill. Let's amend it on behalf of the people. Having said that, I want to once again bid you all season's greeting, and to the rest of the Bahamas, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in the event that we don't speak anymore in Parliament to you directly. Senator Grand Bahama Rest.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Isles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, I'm grateful to Almighty God for this opportunity. And it's my pleasure, sincere gratitude
You do job?
to rise on behalf of the residents, the great constituency of Golden Isles, and to again thank them for this opportunity and for the trust they've bestowed on me. Madam Speaker, I wish to just firstly briefly speak to some activities in our constituency. We had another very successful Christmas tree decoration contest. Dignity Gardens, as the member for Centerville would say, is the Valley Boys of Christmas trees. West End, don't worry about that. In that Dignity Gardens won last year, and they defended, and they are the repeating champions, so congratulations to Dignity Gardens. They again won the floating trophy. They retained it, and also $1,000 cash prize to the Constituency Association. Adelaide, the historic Adelaide Village, came third last time, Madam Speaker, but this time they came second. And so I'm hoping the trend continues. I have nothing to do with it, but I'm hoping that direction they're headed in, that continues. Bacardi Road came second last time, but they were third this time. And Coral Harbor took fourth prize. I want to just convey a special thanks to all of the judges, none of whom were constituents. They were all from outside of the constituency. Madam Speaker, also, like Centerville and many of the other constituencies, I hope all of us could keep it on the same day at the same time, is our annual children's Christmas party, and we're combining it with the community giveaways this Saturday from 2 until 6 in the afternoon. There'll be lots of food, lots of fun, lots of games for the children, and also we'll be giving away food, clothing, and footwear on a first-come, first-served basis. And, of course, it's for constituents, so we're asking for proof of constituencyship by bringing your voter's card or some form that we would know that you're from the constituency. And so, again, congratulations to those persons. And Madam Speaker, we're looking forward to having a wonderful time. It's our final event for the year. And so we're looking forward to the constituency coming out to Bacardi Park from 2 until 6 in the afternoon, and to really make it a successful event. Our National Beautification Program that started in Fox Hill, Freetown, Centerville, Engliston, Bain and Grantstown, and Fort Charlotte continued for the past 2 weeks. Centerville, we will revoke your Valley Boys card if you don't behave yourself. St. Barnabas, we will revoke your card. So behave like a valley. And the National Beautification Program continued, Madam Speaker, in Yamacraw, Elizabeth, Seabreeze, Carmichael, Southern Shores, and Golden Isles, and continue with the removal of derelict vehicles and bulk waste. It's extremely successful. It was scheduled to conclude on Saturday past, but because of the demand, it continued through yesterday, and we have to put out bins again today, so we watch and monitor today and see if we have to continue it. But there was a tremendous response, and it's extremely successful. We will be back in Fox Hill, Freetown, Centerville, Engliston, Bain and Grantstown, and Fort Charlotte, and this time we'll be clearing spaces to create green spaces. And so heavy equipment, the dump trucks, the payloaders will be in, and we'll be very active in those areas, and those activities, they will conclude this week and break for Christmas and continue in around the middle of January. And then, of course, when we go into phase 3, Madam Speaker, you know without a doubt, Bamboo Town will be in that number. Of course, Golden Gates, you're in that number. We will be breaking and so also in the first quarter of next year.
Don't run out of money in phase 3 now. For Christ's sake, don't run out no money.
In the first quarter of next year,
Don't do it.
less than We will be in the family violence in the first quarter of next year also. St. Barnabas, sit small, please. Madam Speaker, I'm thankful for this opportunity
Hi, Ralphie, all man feast.
to speak just for a few minutes to this National Investment Fund Bill 2022. As we meet to discuss the bill, this is a critical time in our country. Madam Speaker, it deeply saddened me last Friday when two young men showed up to work. And that was the last time they showed up anywhere alive. Their lives were violently and brutally taken from them. Crime does not know politics. And what I was more saddened by, Madam Speaker, is that as a people we've become so insensitive that it happened and we just kept moving, almost as if nothing happened. And so I think this is a good time for us to check ourselves. And it's a good time for us to relate to persons in our constituencies, residents and members of our constituencies, that we could revive that level of sensitivity and that care that we used to demonstrate for each other. It's a difficult time economically. It's a challenging time. And this is a difficult month because Christmas is the month that expectations and hopes are high. And in many instances, people will be disappointed. And sadly, too many persons do not know how to handle or cope with that disappointment. Madam Speaker, today we're meeting to delimit the space in which the resources of our Bahama land may be appropriated for sustainable development. Today is historic for several reasons. Madam Speaker, I've been a firm advocate for natural resources outside of the House, and when elected, continued to stand and continued to cry out loud that something be done with our natural resources. I've been very consistent on the issue that our natural resources belong to the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And the Bahamian people must therefore be the primary beneficiaries. And so today, the term natural resources will be firmly taking its place in the lexicon of our governmental affairs. We know that to protect our precious natural resources, we must begin and complete the process of knowing where those resources are and what those resources are. Presently, Madam Speaker, we are assiduously working at the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources to map and to inventory our natural resources. For a long time, we've been hearing talks about what we have and what it's worth. And so upon inventorying our resources, Madam Speaker, then we'll be able to put a value to our resources. Right. Madam Speaker, as the member for Centerville said, for a long time, we never even heard of the term natural resources. We never thought of the Bahamas having natural resources when we heard about it. But, Madam Speaker, our forests pine forest, or deciduous, what they call the coppice forest, where we have mahogany. Madam Speaker, the cascarilla bark in our southern islands. The aggregates, we have sand, we have limestone. The talk has always been about aragonite and how much aragonite we have. Madam Speaker, salt, solar energy, our airspace. Madam Speaker, our deep water ocean corridors, our potable water, our seabed, our land, and the list goes on, our vast marine resources. Madam Speaker, we have the third largest barrier reef in the world. We have the largest mangrove nursery system in the Caribbean and Western Hemisphere. We have the largest collection of reefs in the Caribbean and Western Hemisphere. Madam Speaker, we have the most blue holes in any country anywhere on the planet. And Madam Speaker, and the majority, of course, the vast majority, and I'm going to say that after they say this. Also, Madam Speaker, we have the largest bonefish flats and bonefish population on the planet. Most by far, which are on that big island that the late Clarence Bain called the sleeping giant, the big yard. Andros, oh my Andros. She wake, she wake, she wake. Madam Speaker, we must ensure that these resources inure to the benefit of not just ourselves. It's not about us. It's about the Bahamian people. And not about this generation only, but for generations to come. Guardrails around the resource base are therefore necessary to guarantee and protect the enjoyment of our natural resources for our children, our grandchildren, and their children, and their children's children. This is what this conversation is about today. It's about our natural resources. An historical review of the exploitation of our natural resources base is instructive. It is fair to say that until recent times, we have never sought to define, protect, or even value our natural base. Prior to 1973, there were few legislative attempts to define an amalgam known as a natural resource. What we did have in 1971 was the passage of specific pieces of legislation that dealt with, for example, an oil industry and how profit sharing were to be issued in the event of discovering oil in the Bahamas. Little or no regard was given for issues which addressed the use of any taxable or non-taxable profit share or revenue derived from the exploitation of our natural resource base and the preservation of those returns for the benefit of the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, what's amazing about our natural resources, 3 to 5 years ago, we never thought of seagrass as not just a natural resource, but such an important natural resource. We never thought of our mangroves as being so critically important. But in this world of carbon credits, in this world, in this new world of carbon credits, Madam Speaker, seagrass now is a major part of the natural resource conversation. Until 2016, after much public clamor from the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker, for the first time, it was the Progressive Liberal Party that introduced and passed a sovereign wealth fund bill in this House, and it became law. Madam Speaker, in 2017, we know what happened, and the bill died, sat there. And now, here we are, revisiting, reviving, restructuring the bill. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this act is to authorize the establishment of a national investment fund for a purpose specified in Section 4 of Section 2, and to set forth the principles of the management and activities of a fund and any sub-funds established thereunder. Established for the purpose of domestic, cultural, and societal advancements in the blue, the green, and the orange economies of the Bahamas. To provide a legacy for future generations of the citizens of the Bahamas. To provide for the management of the natural resource wealth of the Bahamas and private investments held by the government of the Bahamas for the present and future benefit of its people in an effective and an efficient manner by one, ensuring that investments and private shareholdings of the government are managed professionally for the long-term benefit of citizens of the Bahamas. Secondly, ensuring that revenues from the natural resources and elements of the Bahamas contribute to the economic certainty of the country. Thirdly, fairly transferring natural resource wealth across generations to ensure that future generations benefit from natural resource wealth. And fourthly, using the natural resource wealth to finance national development priorities, including any initiative aimed at developing the blue, orange, and green economy and infrastructure of the country. Madam Speaker, while in preparation, speaking to several persons and fleshing out the bill, persons were obviously concerned, very concerned, that the bill established a framework in place whereby that the Bahamian people will all benefit financially in some way from the country's natural resources. While the bill repeals the Sovereign Wealth Fund Act of 2016, Section 4 of the bill sets out its objectives clearly. And those objectives are, among other things, the development of the national infrastructure and public improvements, the development and advancement of projects related to the blue, green, and orange economy, the receipt of revenues derived from national assets and resources in public-private partnerships, the receipt of revenue derived from share ownership of the government in private companies, the receipt of revenues derived from royalty payment received from the exploitation of natural resources pursuant to the Biological Resources and Traditional Knowledge Act, the receipt of revenue derived from the trading of carbon credits and such other sovereign assets as may be specified by the minister, subject to the affirmative resolution by both houses of Parliament. Madam Speaker, this clearly signals the intention of the government to secure the wealth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for the inheritors and the successors of the Bahamas. You see, Madam Speaker, we will not be here forever. One day, we must pass on the baton. This bill offers a pivotal opportunity to fund national developments, to expand infrastructure projects, and buttress the social safety net, and at the appropriate time, in an appropriate way, offer direct benefits to our people. The purpose of the fund is multi-layered. Madam Speaker, I support the utilization of the revenue derived for activities listed at Section 4, subsection 2. I also support the use of the funds for sustainable long-term growth, for an improved standard of living for all Bahamians, and for our national social development. Madam Speaker, I thank you for permitting me just to partake and to speak for a few minutes to this bill. Before concluding, I should like to extend holiday greetings to all the Bahamians everywhere, particularly those in Golden Isles, and to all of my colleagues here in this honorable place, and to you, Madam Speaker. Safe, happy holidays, and for a blessed and a prosperous and healthy new year. And so, Madam Speaker, Golden Isles support this bill, and may Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and to empower all of us in here to do our best to make the wealth common. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Long Island.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you. I consider it a great privilege to be able to rise in this place yet again on behalf of the hard-working people of Long Island, the best island in the Bahamas. And I say that unashamedly. Madam Speaker, I want to Golden Isles, you had your chance.
You whispered something, huh?
The best island in the Bahamas, Long Island. You heard me, West End. You heard me. You heard me, Golden Isles. Madam Speaker, before I get into my contribution, I want to make note of our upcoming Christmas event on the island. It promises to be exciting. We'll have more on that in the coming days. But as usual, with our annual winter wonderland, we're going to be giving our kids lots of gifts. There are going to be some gifts for some of the adults as well. Games, bouncing castle. We're gonna make it a fun and memorable experience. Madam Speaker, we're also going to have a dinner for the elderly in my constituency. Some of the old folks, to bring them together and to fellowship with them during the Yuletide season, and to show that we appreciate our precious pearls, the persons who have gone and built Long Island and contributed to the building of this nation. Madam Speaker, we have various upcoming events and community initiatives in the coming days and weeks that we'll be speaking to and that will be undertaken and reflected on the various social media pages in short course. Madam Speaker, I want to express condolences to the family of Miss Emmy Adderley, wonderful lady, Boeing Ground, Long Island, who passed last weekend. I want to especially express condolences to her kids, the twins, Alexis and Alex, to her siblings, most especially Mr. Tappy Adderley, Mr. Vernal Tappy Adderley, and Ms. Ruth Smith, former principal of the Glintons Primary School. You know, Madam Speaker, and whilst I'm speaking about Tappy, he and others, and this is something that I'm going to speak further to again with the member for Angliston, he's indicated to me that he and others received letters indicating that their bus contract was going to be terminated. Now, I know Mr. Adderley recently purchased a new bus to service the route that he was given, and I would hope that consideration is given to him being able to continue to provide that service to the children of North Long Island. Likewise, and this is a matter I've raised previously with the member for Weston and West Grand Bahama, respect to the urban renewal payouts. We still have not, there's a lady, the manager, the former manager of the urban renewal office in Long Island, Ms. Joanne Knowles. She's not yet received her payout. And so I am asking you to look into that with a view to Ms. Knowles receiving some monies as we go into the Christmas season, and most certainly as we enter the new year. And so West Grand Bahama, he's nodding, and I trust that we could resolve that as soon as possible. Thank you. Madam Speaker, there are a couple of issues that are of great note in my constituency, that are of importance for persons in my constituency. And I continue every time I speak in here to speak to the condition of the roads. The roads, Madam Speaker, you see the roads in Nassau, but the roads in Nassau are a highway, a wonderful highway compared to the roads in Long Island. So we're in desperate need of paving. The road network is littered with potholes, and of course there's a desperate need for drainage, particularly in areas like Scrub Hill, Hamilton, South Long Island, and areas like Glintons, where you have low elevation and continuous rainfall, and the road becomes almost impassable. Same thing in Pindus. And so we're hoping to get the drainage issue addressed, as well as to have the potholes and some paving done. My people have been driving into craters, and they've been complaining about burst tires and other damage to vehicles. As one constituent describes it, she says that every day she drives into a number 3 tub hole. Okay? Everybody knows what a number 3 tub is. You know, number 3 tub hole. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we get some relief. I'm pleading for some relief for my people in Long Island with respect to the road condition. Madam Speaker, there's also the issue of street lights, because across the island we have dark spots, dark areas, miles and miles of dark areas where you've had accidents. So we can put street lights in those areas, or even cat eyes that would assist with safety along the roadway, so the persons aren't missing corners and running into the bushes or running into folks' homes or into walls, etc. So, you know, I think it would be of great value to us to receive street lights in these areas, these stretches, and or cat eyes. Madam Speaker, I welcome the Sovereign Wealth Fund. These funds help to stabilize a country's economy. It speaks to diversification and to the generation of wealth for future generations. We've seen countries like Norway, some of these other developed countries who've had sovereign wealth funds for many, many years, where you see oil profits and other mineral proceeds going into these funds. And you look at some of the infrastructural development in these countries, and much of that comes from monies that would have been parked in these funds or generated by their natural resources. So I believe that we in the Bahamas, you know, and I must applaud my good friend, the member for Golden Isles, for seeking to catalog the natural resources that we have in the Bahamas, okay? Because, you know, he knows one of my great concerns with respect to natural resources in this country. Sadly, our natural resources have been exploited for far too long, and the benefit of those natural resources hasn't come to Bahamians, okay? More often than not, the profits have gone or been expatriated or sent out of the country, and it has fallen into the hands of foreign entities. They've enriched themselves of Bahamian natural resources. Madam Speaker, one of our major natural resources, myself and the member for Golden Isles have had many a conversation about this. It's water. It's water. You know, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, they've done studies in the Bahamas. And to assist you, Golden Isles, you can check the Water and Sewage Corporation or even the OPM. But they've done studies in the Bahamas that have mapped out the water resources throughout the country, most especially on Andros, most especially. And we should not, I'm of the view, and this is a view that I've expressed openly and repeatedly, and I stand on this. We should not have any foreign entity exploiting our water resources, extracting our water, and selling it back to us at premium rates. That's a no-no. I want to say another word, but this is the Parliament. Okay? But that's a no-no. I've seen water sales where foreign entities, it's difficult to stop it, Western and West Grand Bahama and Bimini, when you inherit a 20-year contract. Okay, and when folks are saying, hey, we are going to cut off water to this island, that island, this island, that island, multiple islands at the same time. It's very difficult. I think I think I've spoken to this Western and Grand Bahama. 6 days. No, he's distracting. I'm going to answer his distraction. 6 days before the general election. 6 days before the general election, it was my understanding that a contract was renewed. How was it renewed? I can tell you this much. This individual, the member for Long Island, did not sign that contract. Nor would he have ever, because I was very clear and explicit, I would never sign a contract with entities that I believe are prepared to blackmail, extort, intimidate, or threaten this country. Ever. Okay, let me be clear. Secondly, with respect to that contract, if you were told 6 days, any government, including your side, told 6 days before a general election, and I addressed this last week, we're going to turn off water to this particular island. If you don't sign this by 2:30 today or tomorrow, right? You put over you're pretty much rigged over the coal, and you're being extorted. Let's call it what it is, on the basis of there being an impending general election and the fact that no one in their right mind is going to let water turn off on any island during that time. And I've seen where, and guess what, West Grand Bahama and Bimini, you guys have the opportunity now to utilize the plants that we brought in, put them into the rotation, and not sign any contracts going forward. Because guess what? Right now, there's a contract in San Salvador that's expired. I purchased a new plant during my time there. We purchased a new plant, and that's in San Salvador. There's a contract in Inagua, the same entity, that's expired. A new plant has been purchased and already put there. I haven't heard of any of these plants being put online. The contract in Saudi Lutra should be expired by now, and there was a plant placed there, which I understand they might be using now. The contract in Exuma is expired or expiring, and before I left, we ordered a brand new few 100,000 gallon plant with anticipation of Exuma's airport, and that too. So there are a number of contracts that have expired where you, without having an election on the horizon, without having any other threats, have an opportunity to go ahead and put either the plants that were purchased during my tenure online, or you can go ahead and bring someone else in who you have confidence in, hopefully a Bahamian. Okay? Now, let me be clear. I've seen water sales where entities, foreign entities, have been paid nearly $500 million from 1996 to present day, all to bring a plant that the Bahamas is capable of purchasing, set it up on Bahamian land, extract water from a hole in our ground, and a hole that we probably paid to have dug, have us pay for the electricity to produce the water, because that this is how onerous and disastrous these plants or these contracts are that we've seen over the years that we inherited. So have us pay for the electricity, us the taxpayers, pay for the electricity and the consumables such as chlorine to do so, and have government workers monitor and maintain the machines. You maintaining it. You out there monitoring it. And then they sell that water that they pull out of your ground back to you, back to us, at rates, premium rates per 1,000 gallons. Per 1,000 gallons. If that isn't absurd, then I don't know what is. So that is something that I have had many a conversation with the member for Golden Isles and others about. Golden Isles, I want to say to you, and I heard you list, that you noted that there would be some environmental cleanups on the Family Islands. Golden Isles, you're my friend. And so you know, I believe you're going to look out for Long Island. So I am going to count on you, Golden Isles, to do that for me. Madam Speaker, the bill at hand does not reference in great detail the natural resources in the Bahamas. And I think that's the missing portion, right? Whenever we do an accounting of our natural resources, water has to be number one, should be there. Number one, we're a country, group of islands surrounded by water, water on the islands, okay? Has to be number one. So the entire idea should be for us to monetize our natural resources so that Bahamians can invest and get a return. Okay? So what are the projects that are going to be monetized? Are we monetizing aragonite, the prospect of oil, water? What about land? Get an abundance of crown land. I talked in here, I spoke in this house about this place about the shipping lanes. Panama and the Suez Canal, that's big money for them. They cannot pass, no ship can get anywhere without coming through the Bahamian, through this chain of islands. Why haven't we monetized that? You know, that's similar to the airspace. And so that is something that we must look into. How are these areas to be monetized? What is the mechanism for the same? What projects should be undertaken? Madam Speaker, as I read through the bill, I note that there's a ministerial override, and I have concern with that. Okay, I do not believe that should be, and I'm not speaking specific to my friend from Golden Isles, I'm speaking generally to any minister. Okay, and I think that
Override where?
this is usurped, or this would usurp the, find a section for me. This would usurp the traditional access, I think this bill, and some of the ways it's constructed, would usurp the traditional Access Benefit Sharing Act. The management structure that's laid out in this bill speaks to government control. And I think we should orient the structure more towards the way that the Awak port has been constructed, where you have government input, but private sector management. And I'm not saying that anything should fall in the hands of a few, not at all. And so, I'm going to come to that. One cannot attract green funding, I believe, where there's an abundance of government control or there's perceived government control. Madam Speaker, how are we quantifying the resources, the natural resources on our seabed, on our land, the various islands? Given this bill, will government be able to get funding from the GIF fund going forward? That's a question to be considered. I know that that fund has donated funds to us before to carry out various infrastructural works. Will this weaken the Access Benefit Sharing Act? Will this affect and/or weaken the recently passed Fisheries Act? What about the Biological Resources Act? Will this impact or weaken that act? And so, Madam Speaker, these are all the Speaker has indicated that he's a break.
Just appoint another.
Yes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Member. We'll now ask for a 5-minute suspension.
And if you need one from our side, we take this.
Yes, this went for 5 minutes. The House is now suspended for 5 minutes. Thank you. Oh, God.
Chance to check that section you talked about.
You can talk about it right now, you and I.
Starting like this.
No. We won't give you a break if you don't talk directly. Talking directly, sir, but no.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
Mr. Deputy.
Oh.
Mr. Deputy, before we took the suspension, I was speaking about the power of the minister in this proposed bill. Frankly, Mr. Deputy, I think that power is too wide. And this is not particularized to a person, this is to the actual office. I think when you look at an independent board, I think some of the powers of the minister might be an imposition on the board. So for example, you have at section 17, where a minister may give directives in writing regarding the use of funds of a fund and a revenue mandate. I think I'm not comfortable with the idea of that being imposed in a particular minister per se, when there's a board of governors as well. And I think that usurps to a degree the power of that board. Mr. Deputy, in recent time, we've heard a lot about carbon credits. You know, since the Glasgow Agreement, some years ago, there has not been an international agreement supervising or governing the swapping of carbon credits. As it stands, there is no international agreement on carbon credits, despite what is said in the international press and what world leaders discuss at the various meetings with respect to climate change. As it stands, we have no carbon credit agreement. None was submitted at the recent COP27 for approval by the countries or the leaders either. And so unfortunately, with no international agreements having been arrived at as yet, how do we, particularly when you look at a sovereign wealth fund, how do we address the transfer of credits from country to country, and with these credits going into, for example, a sovereign wealth fund? we don't see any mechanism where it speaks to nation exchange of carbon credits. At this time, I think it's just restricted to company to company. So this current bill also does not speak to the compensation for climate-induced damage or climate change. Countries like ours, low-lying countries like the Bahamas, right? Obviously, we suffer the brunt when it comes to climate change. And when we are speaking about carbon credits, a sovereign wealth fund bill, this legislation, should at least have some section, some insertion that speaks to these credits being able to go into that fund to be used for the public. I think that this bill should make, and maybe we could tweak it in committee, but this bill should make reparation payments with respect, or should speak to reparation payments with respect for loss and damage. Yes, I'm coming to that. Respect to loss and damage as set out in the Sharm el-Sheikh Declaration, which references a dedicated fund to assist countries with loss and damage, particularly that which is caused by emissions from larger countries. So this bill doesn't anticipate the use of loss. There's no section, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't anticipate the use of a loss and damage fund, which should be added to Section 6 for the purposes of hurricane and disaster-related recovery caused by climate change. I'm not going to get distracted, West Grand Bahama. The bill does not speak, the bill does not anticipate the use of the loss or a loss and damage fund, which could be added to Section 6 for the purposes of hurricane or disaster-related recovery. Mr. Deputy, this bill does not capture the latest developments and should be amended to capture the future potential of carbon credits. It does not speak to the future potential of carbon credits. Does not. Does not. West Grand Bahama, where is it? It's not here. I'm looking at the bill. I'm looking at the bill. In fact, as I stated earlier, the bill does not itemize. It does not itemize the natural resources in the Bahamas. It could also do that. Okay? Speak to that. And I list there's some new natural resources in the Bahamas that the bill could specifically speak to. But if we are speaking about carbon credits, and that's the new flagship idea, let's include that as well. Mr. Deputy, when it comes to government buildings, why not put government buildings, when we talk about a sovereign wealth fund, right? Why not put government buildings in a pool where we can manage these buildings, the ones, because if you go to the family islands, Long Island, Exuma, Cat Island, various islands, many of the family islands have abandoned government buildings, pretty much all of the family islands. And these entities are just allowed to rot, to degrade, and we go on and build new edifices as if they didn't exist. And so, Mr. Deputy, I call upon the government to maybe put a special purpose vehicle or bring something into being where we can manage and rent abandoned or degraded government buildings. You could include that in the sub-fund if you so wish. But the point I'm making is that too should be considered among the natural or among the resources owned by the country. It also helps to ensure the upkeep of these buildings and that many of these buildings are not simply abandoned. Even if you move on, you have an opportunity to rent the space or use it for another purpose. This ensures that the government earns rent and that those monies are placed into the sovereign wealth fund. Mr. Deputy, with those few words, I wish to wish the constituents of Long Island, my constituents, a very Merry Christmas. I don't have the opportunity to speak in here again. I wish them good health, strength, good family time, and the best this Yuletide season. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for West Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, just before the member for Long Island takes his seat, I just asked the member because we were trying to assist when you were speaking, but you did not want to be assisted. But if you go to establishment of National Investment Fund. I don't want to be distracted. No, was distracting you. You were saying the carbon credits is not included. We're drawing your attention to Section 4, establishment of a fund. In Section 4F, it says to receive revenues derived from the trading of carbon credits. I mean, it's there in Section 4, and we're drawing your attention to it.
Maybe I was speaking in detail.
No, you just didn't see it, or you just missed it. You just missed it. Okay. All right, you should have been able to revise your position then. All right, I understand. No problem. We ain't go on with that forever. Mr. Deputy, it is certainly a wonderful opportunity for me to speak to this bill because, Mr. Deputy, I believe it is a single bill that covers and speaks eloquently of where the wealth sits in our country. And it sits with our natural resources, our natural assets. It sits, for the most part, in our family islands. Before I venture to discuss the matters that I wish to congratulate two of our assets, but human assets. Mr. Deputy, yesterday, I had the wonderful privilege and pleasure of attending the retirement service for Bishop Neil Clarence Ellis. After 36 years, Mr. Deputy, he is stepping down, having received word from his guard in 2012. For me, it was remarkable just to be there because, Mr. Deputy, I was there when he began his church 36 years ago. I remember attending the service with members of the Broadcasting Corporation at the time, the general manager, Kelsey Johnson, who was chair, also Vincent Pete, former minister responsible for broadcasting. And it was there that we heard of the wonderful plans and ideas of this young man from Bimini, who was discovered by Sir Lyndon Pinley at the age of 9 years old and given a scholarship to come and attend school here in the capital. A man who, over the years, did so much for so many and who impacted lives throughout our country and the global community. So, Deputy, for me in particular, I am very grateful to Bishop Ellis because he represents the story that appears in the book of Matthew, of when you are hungry or thirsty. Bishop Ellis made sure that people like me, when we had our difficulties, that he was there. When I was in prison, he came to visit me. And when I was sick, he made sure he visited me as well. He's been always a man of his word, Mr. Deputy. And when I saw him retire yesterday, my question always is what the Rameen brothers say: who will fill those shoes? All the work and contribution he made to this country, I think it's important for us to celebrate him and recognize that here's a young man from an island of Bimini, Porgibarian as they call themselves, who impacted and did so much for our nation. I congratulate him, Mr. Deputy, and I wish and I truly hope that in our country we begin to lift individuals who serve as role models and let them become the individuals who impact the thousands of young men and women who search for leadership, who search for guidance, and who search for someone to follow. I also want to congratulate someone who is a family member of mine, but she is a part of the Bethel family. And I'm talking about Sonia Brown. She has just been sworn in after being elected as a member of the Superior Court in Cobb, Atlanta. Mr. Deputy, that is a major achievement and accomplishment for a young Bahamian. She grew up in Freeport, Grand Bahama, attended St. Paul's, and then went off to university and subsequently called to the bar in the United States, served on many boards, and attained much. And now she sits on the Superior Court. That is significant, Mr. Deputy. Again, assets of our country. Assets that we should always celebrate and recognize that for Bahamians, we can achieve almost anything, and all is possible for the Bahamian. This bill speaks to Bahamians. It speaks to the orange economy. It speaks to the creativity of a Bahamian people. It speaks to the fact that we should be doing even more to ensure that the natural gifts and abilities of our people are enhanced, lifted, and celebrated. And of course, giving value to the creativity. So, Deputy, for a long time now, I've been asking for us to reconsider what we do with the theater in our country. There was a time when the seasons allowed us to visit the theater, particularly the theater on Shirley Street. Now, Mr. Deputy, we don't get much, on Palmdale, pardon me, we don't get much of theater because whether it's the Dundas or the National Theater, we need more theater in this island. We need more theater in the country. When you consider the fact that we had some great playwrights, James Catlin and Pandora Gibson from Eleuthera, all of whom have passed on now. And we have their stories to reflect, but Mr. Deputy, we do not, and I stand by this, have enough theater. And we'd love to see who would become the next Sidney Poitier of our country or the next Burt Williams of our country.
The next Prime Minister comes from the Orange Economy.
We'd love to see how we can cause for more and more of our people to get opportunities, because, Mr. Deputy, what we are looking at in this bill is diversity. The bill covers so much. It speaks to what represents your assets, what represents your value, who are you as a people, what you have. It talks about the natural resources, but Mr. Deputy, it really speaks to our wealth generally. And for so long, we have devalued our wealth, in my view. We've devalued our wealth. For so long, we've allowed investors to come on our shores and devalue the wealth of our country. For so long, they've come and they've set the price. They've come and determined what's going to happen in one of the islands or not. They've come and they've told us what they want to invest, what they want to do, as opposed to us telling them what our plans are for each of our islands and how they can best participate. We are finally taking a look at the true value, recognizing that God bequeathed to us certain gifts, and we should be taking greater advantage of. So, Deputy, I'm from Freeport, Grand Bahama, and you know I have a difficulty with the fact that in Freeport in particular, we have been managed by or owned by the Grand Bahama Port Authority since August 4th, 1955. I have a difficulty that each island, each acre of land was sold for $2.80 an acre. I have a difficulty with the fact that still to this day, all the natural assets and the environment ministry has no authority in the city of Freeport. So to this day, I am particularly disturbed by the fact that we have companies like Bahama Rock that sends out of our country each year thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of rock because of a deal cut in 1996, and the Free National Movement was the government. And the deal meant that they could take as much as they want out of the country, tons and tons of material, and along the eastern seaboard, Mr. Deputy, that is Bahamian rock. And what we get from it, Mr. Deputy, is we get our vessels, we get about $130 per 1 million ton. Absolutely, totally ridiculous. Our asset, ours, people of Grand Bahama, leaving every day. Mr. Deputy, I contend, and I will still today argue, that only the Bahamian people don't know how wealthy we are. These people who come to our country, they ain't coming because they ain't got nothing else to do. They coming because they see the wealth, and we are not embracing our wealth, Mr. Deputy. We're not embracing our wealth. We've talked about Aragonite. We saw what happened at Ocean Key, the destruction of Ocean Key. But look at Ocean Key today, Mr. Deputy. But how many millions were made of the shipping of Aragonite from Ocean Key? Mr. Deputy, the problem I have is when you consider even the container port in Freeport, and we're still only getting 50 cents a container. We talk about the blue economy, use of our waters. Well, we get 50 cents per container. And if you tell me that's right, something's terribly wrong with that. But yet we then talk about why we have unemployment. Why is it that Bahamians don't have more jobs? Why is it that our GDP is not higher? Why is it that we don't have much more in our country? Too many, Mr. Deputy, are making the money. The money is not either coming here or never gets back here, but it goes to their comfort zones, their places, their businesses. This bill, Mr. Deputy, cannot just be a piece of paper. And this bill must be this change that must happen, the change that's overdue. And then my difficulty, Mr. Deputy, and it remains a difficulty, every time I read things, I'm always concerned about the Nassau-centric problem. Because it must be for all the people of the Bahamas from Managua to Bimini. It has to be. I listened to the member for Kalani talk about the Prime Minister, and talk about the Prime Minister's movements. This is the first Prime Minister since Sir Lyndon Pinling and Perry Christie who talked about the islands, and the only Prime Minister who's bringing legislation to cause for some changes to happen in the Family Islands. The only one. He's the only individual who is bringing to the table legislation to ensure that our people get what they must have. Now is the time, Mr. Deputy, and I listened to the member across, and they are talking about Cat Island. Well, don't forget, Club Med closed under their watch, Mr. Deputy. It's now reopened. Things are happening again, Mr. Deputy. What they don't wish to accept is that the member for Cat Island has been passing people policies. People policies, Mr. Deputy. That's what we've been engaged in, people policies, Mr. Deputy. That is why you can talk about the minimum wage increase.
We established it.
That's a people policy.
Yes. We know. We established it.
The former leader of the Free National Movement Hubert Alexander Ingram, a former chair of the Progressive Liberal Party, a former signatory to the Memorandum of Understanding, who understood labor. Yes, he did establish during his watch, but during the watch and during the time that you sat in this place, you ain't do nothing about it. And that is a reality, because it wasn't a concern of yours then, as you wish to argue now that it is a concern. It's not a concern now either. The minimum wage, I did give credit. I gave credit to the former chairman of the Progressive Liberal Party. Mr. Deputy, it is so amazing when I listen to these members speak and they don't wish to accept. We reduced VAT, whether they like it or not. We did, after they overnight changed it, didn't tell members, didn't consult with members, lost some of their support.
Order, members.
Why, Mr. Deputy?
Order.
Why, Mr. Deputy? Yes, it is relevant, because we're talking about a bill that deals with people. We're talking about assets, Mr. Deputy.
I'm glad he established.
Mr. Deputy, the VAT decrease. The member for Kalani, was dealing with, and you would celebrate it and you were beating up on the table when he was talking about the leader of our country. And you had no difficulty with it then, so I'm responding to you and him. You had no difficulty with the fact that he was making allegations that were not true, using words that should not be used in the parliament. The reality is, I'm trying to tell you the difference between his leadership today as opposed to what happened yesterday when you sat in the chair. And at the end of the day, we're talking about policies that are changing the country. And we're talking about doing things that will make a difference and causing for people to have better ways of living. That is what we're seeking to do, Mr. Deputy. And that is why when members are talking about the travel of the Honorable Prime Minister, but I notice not one of them have talked about the conclusion of COP27. Not one of them raised the question about COP27.
The chair recognized the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
And I thank the member for Grand Bahama, West Grand Bahama and Bimini. The opposition has been consistent in saying that we expect the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to travel. What we have expressed is the issue of large delegations, particularly during a time where the Bahamian people are hurting. So for the record, we want that distinction to be made and the member not mislead the parliament, please.
Thank you, honorable member.
Never intends to mislead the parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member and other members of the side engage on what Meridian's new word is gaslighting. They wish to tell you something and get you to believe where they're going and then tell you that ain't what they're saying. That's what they were saying all along, Mr. Deputy. They were telling you something because that's what they want you to believe. And now because it's not practical, because prime ministers do travel and must travel, and because we must go and promote our country, as was done by all prime ministers and everywhere in the world where leaders travel, but they never said what happened at COP27. They never speak about, Mr. Deputy, that one of the issues that our Prime Minister has discussed at COP26 and COP27 and at the United Nations, now they're moving in some new direction. Now there's at least loss and damage, and it is a progressive move we're now getting to that point because the countries that benefit, Mr. Deputy, are countries like the Bahamas that suffer loss and suffer damage because of the climate crisis.
How much we get so far?
Mr. Deputy, that is the reality. That is the reality. Members on the side opposite don't wish to accept the effectiveness of our Prime Minister. He stood up, made his case, and his case, together with Mayor Motley from Barbados and others, but the case is a good case. And finally, Mr. Deputy, but as the United Nations Secretary General says, it doesn't go far enough. There's much more to be done. Mr. Deputy, the reality about our countries and developing countries is that as the world population now stands at 8 million as declared by the United Nations on November 15th. The reality about it all, Mr. Deputy, is our countries will suffer even more as we move into the future. And we are less contributors to the gas emissions. But that's the reality. And so our job every day is to fight for our country. And when they talk about what the Prime Minister does, he travels and he fights for his country. He travels and he causes our country to have prominence and lifts our country. And he's not out there bad-mouthing our country, as some leaders did. Bad-mouthing our country as Kalani did. When he went abroad, when he thought to, and then say, I wasn't talking about the government, I was talking about all the Bahamian people. So he wasn't even talking about the government. When he talked about the nation is corrupt, he was talking about the entire country, everybody in the country. But yet now they come into Parliament and they wish to cause Bahamians to see this country differently. Mr. Deputy, our people policies, we must remember that when we came to office, and I've had to deal with this, I listened last week when they talked about social services, what amazed me when they talked about the staff not getting their benefits.
Unbelievable.
Unthinkable. And it didn't happen, and they were there for 4.5 years and didn't do a single thing for them people. But they care about the people, though. But they care about the people. St. Barnabas cares about the people. He cares about the people, but you didn't care if they're permanent or pensionable. And you didn't care if they're permanent or pensionable. What did you do? You said nothing. I heard nothing. I saw nothing. When did you say something?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Mr. Deputy, this member here is very proud of the work that was done to get hundreds of persons permanent and pensionable. Actually, at the Bahamas, thank you very much. At the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority, when I was chairman, 185 persons were made permanent and pensionable. I am making the point, Mr. Deputy. I'm making the point that nobody has a monopoly on the care for the people. No one has a monopoly. No one.
Thank you, honorable member.
I gave an example because the member invoked my name.
Implicit nature of the arguments raised by St. Barnabas is so amazing because he constantly says, and I've heard this said also by the member from Marco City, no one has this hold of or this special consideration for those who are suffering or those who are in need. Well, that is true. And so therefore you should refrain from some of the arguments you make because our arguments are then the same. Because we do care about the people. That's what you're suggesting. That's what you're suggesting. That's what you're suggesting. And at the end of the day, Mr. Deputy, all I'm trying to tell you is what was not done in 4.5 years, my good colleague and friend, the member from Garden Hills and Holcomb, what she's done in less than 6-8 months, Golden Gate. Look how much she's done in 8 months. Look how much she's done in 8 months. And because of her, many will go home with better Christmas this year. You can't question it. You can't question it. And then, Mr. Deputy, for them to come in this parliament, and talk about union busting, the Progressive Liberal Party, our history, the memorandum of understanding that brought members of the labor movement into the parliament was created by the Progressive Liberal Party, the trade union movement. And what is so amazing about it is, you listen, Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy.
Order, members.
Mr. Deputy.
Order.
Mr. Deputy. It is so amazing. It is so amazing. We ask them the simple question. You say, the unions say, but have you adopted it? If you didn't adopt it, then you shouldn't be saying it. But if they adopt it, Mr. Deputy, but don't come because you know it ain't true now. You come and you hiding behind and running behind some coattail. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, yeah, the union said, but you in the parliament. No, you in the parliament. No, we are simply saying.
Order. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
The union, the Bahamas Public Services Union, said that the government is guilty of union busting. Is the member suggesting that the members are lying? Is he suggesting that the members of the Bahamas Public Service Union are lying? Is he saying that? Are they lying?
Mr. Deputy, the member for St. Barnabas should know, must know better, that I'm not going to fall for a juvenile act. At the end of the day, Mr. Deputy, we are at the end of...
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Mr. Deputy, I see that the member continues to hurl his insults, and that's okay. I'm a big boy. I can take it, you know. But the truth is, the union has said, and the members have said, that this government is guilty of union busting. Guilty of union busting. And that is something that they have to answer, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, honorable member.
For St. Barnabas, the member for Parliament of St. Barnabas, the member for Parliament for St. Barnabas, the member of Parliament for St. Barnabas, I was trying to cause for. I don't expect St. Anne's to know, but I thought you should know. But I will make sure you know. At the end of the day, this progressive liberal party, this PLP philosophy is labor-friendly, always was and always will be. We stand with labor, and that is why on this first year and 3 months, 10 new labor contracts signed. Outstanding labor negotiations, unconcluded during the Firmo Watch. At the end of the day, it has all to do with one thing, St. Barnabas. We support labor. We stand with labor. When this organization was at the United Nations Decolonization Committees and all the rest, labor was with the government. Members who represented. If you understood the history, you'd understand that when we had the shutdown of our country, the general strike, who you think was there? Who were the leaders of we are philosophy? We are party with a philosophy. We are party with a philosophy. And we stand by our philosophy. If you're a member of this organization, you believe in a philosophy.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
We're talking about what's happening in 2022. We're going back 30 years. The point is, something is happening in the main right now that the union, the Bahamas Public Services Union, have conveyed and expressed that this government is union busting. Ask the union. Speak to the union. The union, the Bahamas Public Services Union.
Order, members.
That's what they said.
Yeah. Okay, the chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama.
Not get mad.
Mr. Deputy.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, just one more time. For those who don't know, union busting is when you cause employees or do everything possible so the employees will not become members of a union. That's what union busting is. So that doesn't exist. And at the end of the day, we seek never to undermine any trade union. The Progressive Liberal Party will never undermine a trade union. We work with and we understand and we appreciate the democracy of our country. They have a right to stand up. They have a right to demonstrate. They have a right to protest. And because they do, that is a part of our democracy. That is what was fought for in 1967 when the Progressive Liberal Party won, and subsequently. That's why if you're part of this organization, you believe in something. You just don't jump here and every day and run all over the place. We believe in something. That's the difference. And at the end of the day, the record reflects that we, the Progressive Liberal Party, in 3 months, have now signed 10 contracts with the trade union movement. Now that is a record. That is success. And those are things we believe in. Mr. Deputy, I didn't speak to the bill last week, and I'm incorporating all of what I'm saying because I didn't speak with, and I am speaking to the bill about assets. Yeah, I'm speaking, the disaster risk management. You know, I listened to you all last week talk about, I listened to the F&M last week, side opposition. All right? I just want people to make sure I know what I'm talking about. I remember listening to you last week talk about what happened and what didn't happen. It was a good member for Exuma and Ragged Islands to remind you of what happened. But you know, Mr. Deputy, our country is still trying to find its way, particularly Grand Bahama, since 2004, Hurricane Francis, Jean, Wilma. But you know, one of the things that bothers me, and I listened to debate side opposite, was that none of them talked about what happened in 2007. Mr. Deputy, we had Hurricane Francis, Jean, and Wilma that hit the island of Grand Bahama. And we had to put people in a trailer home, Mr. Deputy. And we brought trailers in to put them in. And as soon as the F&M took over in 2007, you know what they did, Mr. Deputy? They gave a notice that the people must move out. Move out of the trailer home with nowhere to go. And when, Mr. Deputy, when I inquired about it, you know what I had to do, Mr. Deputy? They told me they could stay if you send $10,000. In my constituency, Mr. Deputy. So when I listen to all this caring about, and it's nonsense then.
Why didn't you say anything then?
And I said a lot then. I paid the $10,000, I took care of the people, and I made sure the people stayed there. I paid the water, I paid the electricity, I paid everything for the people. Don't tell me to say anything then. And I'm telling you, Mr. Deputy, the reality about it all is because they always talk what they care, and every time the evidence suggests they do not care. The evidence suggests the evidence is there, Mr. Deputy.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
I find it so, to use their word, unbelievable, unthinkable. Just the other day recently, in Abaco, when the government was tearing down the domes, we're tearing down the domes in Abaco, where people were living. This member said nothing about that. In fact, it was his own member from South Abaco and North Abaco that talked about how disgusting it was that their government tearing down the domes. That's from their own member of parliament.
Obviously is not well researched. The member for St. Barnabas is obviously not well researched because I did say something. And this is what I said. They did an interview, and you know what I said? They shouldn't have been living there in the first place. I never supported the domes. I don't believe that Bahamians should be living in substandard conditions. I do not believe it. I believe that what you all did was terrible. Because, dude, and I asked the question, would you stay there? Would you stay there with the mold and everything else? Would you stay there? I thought it was a bad deal from day one. And I never back away from what I think.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
We're talking about coal and calculating and who cares about people, right? Abaco MP, demolishing domes, the wrong course of action. I'm heartbroken that they went there this morning with a bulldozer. That's the member for Abaco. Abaco MP talking about his government and what his government was doing to the people in Abaco.
Mr. Deputy, I don't know where St. Barnabas is going. Because, you know, St. Barnabas is, he's contributing the same way he plays basketball, just sort of from anywhere. And it goes in, plays a pretty good game. Not a bad game, throws up from anywhere. Just lets it go. Just lets it go. Just lets it go from anywhere. So you just let it go. He does, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, this bill is a very progressive bill. I support this bill, Mr. Deputy, and I support the bill, and there's some areas that I believe in more than others. because I want to see our islands, Mr. Deputy, grow. I want to see every island of the Bahamas known and have a distinction, a signature island, where we know what is happening in Grand Bahama, we know what's happening in Eleuthera, we know what Andros is for, we know it, and all contributing to the GDP. Knowing full well of how we're going to cause the economy to grow in each island, and then causing for more of our people to want to be home, living in the islands. I'm very proud of Bimini, Mr. Deputy. I'm very proud of Bimini. And I look forward to when Grand Bahama gets on its feet. Because Grand Bahama, Mr. Deputy, when I listened to the members and I heard, I couldn't believe Kalani today talk about Grand Bahama. Kalani talked about Grand Bahama today. Could you imagine Kalani talking about Grand Bahama? Kalani. But what they never say, you know, Mr. Deputy, they talk about that hotel in Freeport. But you know what they forget, Mr. Deputy? That there was a deal for that hotel in Freeport when we left office in 2017. There was. No, I'm going to tell you what it was, Mr. Speaker. There was a deal in 2017, Mr. Deputy. But you know, something went wrong with just like how the Carnival Port was delayed. Same thing happened, Mr. Deputy. Then they talked, and I listened to the member for Central today talking about the hotel in Freeport that's sitting there, been sitting there for a little while. Mr. Deputy, the reality is, again, a bad decision of the F&M. And that's the reality, Mr. Deputy. They brought somebody in, they sold a hotel for $25 million. They gave a contract for $1 for 20 years for the casino, Mr. Deputy. The man collected the money after the fact. I'm with you on the point. I agree with you. But it was a bad decision they came in the first place. Because your member for Kalani talked today about not doing deal with shady people. But he did the deal with Obama. But you shouldn't do with shady people. That's what he said.
And now your next man get locked up. You all did the deal with O'Brien.
That's what it is.
We better suspend that.
So when we talk about Grand Bahama, I don't think the Grand Bahama should be in that debate. I don't believe that anyone has I don't believe that side opposite has been able to contribute. I like what you're doing in your area, particularly with your farm. It has grown. I give you credit for it, Central. It does make sense. It does make sense. It has grown. And the wonderful thing that he's done, he's not played politics with it. He's not played politics with it. He hasn't done it. So yes, but don't tell me about where Grand Bahama is today. Don't tell me that because they bought that hotel and didn't have a plan. They bought the airport and didn't have a plan. And now they say, and I can't believe the former minister, East Grand Bahama, the former minister of finance and minister for Grand Bahama, who was there when it was bought, ain't never put a plan together, did nothing about it, but now he talks about, well, when the thing can happen. No plan. Never had an idea or how it ought to happen. Mr. Deputy, this government will take the wealth of our country and we will turn the wealth in our country to the benefit of all the Bahamian people. You heard the minister responsible for the environment. You heard the details. You heard the member for Exuma speak of the details. You heard them speak about what will happen. And this is, yes, the framework. There'll be more dialogue, Mr. Deputy, but for the first time, we give God thanks because for the first time, we're now putting value on each island of the Bahamas and the assets of our country to be utilized for the good of our people and not allowing people to come in and take advantage of all the assets given to us by Almighty God.
Yes.
So, Deputy, I support this bill. West Grand Bahama and Bimini fully supports. And West Grand Bahama and Bimini, Mr. Speaker, very, very delighted and give celebrations to the passage.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. Barnabas.
People know each other. People know each other. People know each other.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our democracy is alive and well. Democracy is alive and well, even though the member took some liberties and threw some low blows, but that's okay. You know? Garden Hills, he broke the code, man. I thought that Tuesday thing was something. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I rise on behalf of the great people of St. Barnabas to offer my 5 cents, as they say, to the National Investments Funds Bill, Madam Speaker. I give Almighty God the honor and the gratitude for how He continues to keep me in my personal walk and indeed in my political walk, and allows me to continue to serve the people of St. Barnabas, the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, something that I take very seriously, just as other members do as well. Madam Deputy, before I get into... Madam Speaker, thank you. We're not perfect. Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge, Madam Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge, no, I'm good. I'd like to acknowledge my wife, Nia Penn Cartwright. We celebrated our first year anniversary yesterday. And, you know, my wife is from Burial Ground Corner, the Penns from Burial Ground Corner, right? And so, you know, yes, granddaughter, Simpson Penn's granddaughter. Right? Yep, and so she had a little Saxon in her, but the Bible says you leave and you cleave. So now she's a Valley for life. She's a Valley for life. The Bible says that when you find a wife, you find a good thing. And Madam Speaker, I thank God for the good thing that He's given me. Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I also, and the member for West End and Bimini talked about it yesterday. I had the honor to attend the retirement ceremonies, as you did, Madam Speaker, for His Grace Bishop Neil Ellis. And it was such a profound experience to see the outpouring of love and support for someone who transcends political lines, cultural lines, denominational lines, and the fact that he contributed and has contributed and continues to contribute to my life, the life of other members in here, and indeed thousands and hundreds of thousands of people across the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the region, and indeed the world. And there was something that he said, and myself and the member for Angliston, I know she wouldn't mind me saying this, talked about it very briefly, where he talked about one of his mentors, the late great Reverend Charles Sanders, who said to him, I'm paraphrasing here, if you're not impacting people's lives, you're wasting your time. And I believe that in this exercise here and what we do, and other members have been doing this longer than others, But we are truly all in this, I believe, for the same reason, and that is to make a difference in the lives of our constituents and indeed the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So you will never hear from this member to question the intention in terms of caring for the Bahamian people. Do we disagree on policy and how policy should be applied and different applications of what we believe should happen for our constituents and people across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas? Absolutely. But there is no doubt that we all want what's best for our people, and we all agree that this is the greatest country in the world, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Also, Madam Speaker, I think about 2 weeks ago, I had articulated on the floor on my feet reference to the role of women. The role of women, I hear used to be F&M. The role of women in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and the member from Angliston was not here, and a member from Angliston was not here. But now that she's here, I think it's very important for me to say, because, Madam Speaker, you know, one of my twins, I have 20-year-old twins, who I'm not let date till they're 40. I'm going to allow them to date till they're 40. But there's one of those twins in particular who has a soft spot for the member of Angliston. And because of that, I am duty-bound to make sure I do certain things, or else I'll be called out by my daughter. And so, again, I wish to congratulate truly and sincerely the Honourable Member for Angliston for now being the longest-serving woman elected in the Parliament of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. She is as gracious as she is fierce, and it's something that Bahamian women ought to take note of, as is the case with many of her contemporaries and other women like yourselves who's contributed mightily to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We can all agree on that, eh? Right? Thank you. Say no back talk today. Madam Speaker, it is very amazing to me to hear some of the things I didn't hear this evening. And I jotted down a number of them just so that I can respond adequately. Because it seems we talk about selective memory. It seems that it only goes on one side. The Honourable Member talked about the government's commitment to the Family Island, or the Family Islands. Okay? But it was the Free National Movement that established local government in the Family Islands. It was the Free National Movement, lest we not forget. As a matter of fact, in 1992, when the Free National Movement came to power, it was the Free National Movement that electrified the Family Islands. Electrified the Family Islands. Electrified the Family Islands. It was the Free National Movement.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, whilst the member for St. Barnabas is correct that the second phase of the local government, from statute to the elected members, was introduced by the Free National Movement in 1995-96. The electrification of the Family Islands was done by Sir Lyndon Binley, and you completed 2 islands when you came in. That's what you did.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying again, the government seems to only want to choose one part of history. They talk about the minimum wage, and as the member conceded, after some inducement, it was the Free National Movement that established minimum wage. So where was the Progressive Liberal Party for 25 years on minimum wage? Now, we don't have to get into that discussion. The point I'm making is is that if we are going to make an assessment, make the assessment fair. All right? Okay. You also increase VAT on bread basket items.
The chair
Right?
recognizes the honorable member for Yamagra.
The member is misleading on this fact about minimum wage, and I think he's trying to distort the facts. The implementation of minimum wage that was about, I think at the time, $150 was there for decades before it was raised in 2017 by the Progressive Liberal Party, and then it wasn't raised again 2016 or 2016. I was sitting right here. It was implemented early 2017. And then again, it was adjusted just recently. So to distort the fact by saying that you implemented something decades ago, and especially at the rate that it wasn't a raise of any manner. This was an implementation that they would have done to set a bar. The government of the Free National Movement never raised it. They never gave the people a raise. Raises is an increase in salary. The increase in the minimum wage was only done by the Progressive Liberal Party, and that is fact, not to be distorted by any implementation of any sort. Thank you. You never raised in the minimum wage.
Thank you, honorable
Sorry,
member.
2015. I stand corrected my speech. 2015.
I don't get the point from the member of Yamakro, because the Free National Movement established minimum wage. And the establishment of minimum wage in the country was historic for Bahamian workers.
Yes.
And not only that, the Free National Movement decreased the weekly, hourly work rate time for workers. It was 48 hours.
Friend of labor.
Right? Went down to 40. So don't come in here and only tell one side of the story. The truth is the Commonwealth of the Bahamas has been built by the Progressive Liberal Party and the Free National Movement. And that is the truth. Right? That is the truth. The Progressive Liberal Party, see, let me share with the member how it's done. The Progressive Liberal Party established the National Insurance Plan, National Insurance Board, National Insurance Scheme Plan, right? The Progressive Liberal Party established that, right? That's fine, right? But some of the major increases for workers' benefits under the program happened under the Free National Movement. So we can get into this all day, Madam Speaker. Get into this all day. But they don't want to tell that part of the story. Yeah, we got to bring that part, we got to bring the paper for that. Madam Speaker, I hear the member talk about people policy. Sorry. No, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Benin.
Madam Speaker, we are beyond the 7 o'clock hour. I move that we continue beyond the 7 o'clock hour.
Is there a second? Thank you, honorable member. It is removed and seconded that the business of this house proceeds beyond the 7 p.m. hour. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The business of this house will proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, when it came to maternity benefits for women, it was the Free National Movement. So let's tell the stories right. After you move from that chapter, let's move to our chapter. You know, they like to skip between like 2 and 2003. I get that.
It was labor.
It was
not yours.
So, Madam Speaker,
Never. It was labor.
honorable member talked about people policy. Right? All this people policy. Well, let's see what the people policy has gotten the Bahamian people. Right? The people policy has given them a bunch of bad roads. The people roads. Let's talk about people policy. I challenge any member in here right now to stand up and say the roads in your constituency are A1. And A1. I challenge any member. I challenge any member. Going once, going twice, going 3 times, right? I challenge any member to stand up and say that the roads in their constituency are A-OK. I thought so. I thought so, Madam Speaker. I thought so. I thought so. And I would actually believe if Madam Speaker were not sitting in the chair and if she was sitting down here, she wouldn't stand up either. Right. Because with the pictures we've seen in Bamboo Town, Madam Speaker wouldn't have gotten up. That's right. So we talk about people policy, fix the roads. The roads are horrible. The worst they've been in a long, long time. Fix the roads. People policy. Don't justify that, man. Fix the roads. And here's the thing, Madam Speaker. The roads are so bad. The roads are so bad. It forces persons to suppress their bias. You know why? It's that bad. It's that, as a matter of fact, secretly, Madam Speaker, I believe that some of them are glad I'm mentioning it because they don't want to have to mention it about their own member. Fix the roads. Fix the roads. The roads are horrible, right? People policy. I get into the bill the same amount of time that the other members on your side did. That's when I get into the bill. Right? That's when I get into the bill. Right? So, Madam Speaker, they talk about people policy. Increase in BPL, Madam Speaker. Increase in electricity costs. People's fees, electricity costs are doubling and will triple. Why? Why, Madam Speaker? Because of the government's decision to abandon a hedge strategy, because of the government's decision to delay. It's costing the Bahamian people more. Talk about people policy. That's people policy? Madam Speaker, people policy. People policy. Ask the people in the Luther if they feel like people policy is working when they had no water. Water to bathe their skin, like Mama would say. To bathe their skin and flush their toilets. That's people policy? Come on now. Come on. Right? They say people policy, Madam Speaker. People policy, they say. But they have put 100% tax on bread basket items. 100% tax. Making it more difficult for some people to get food, Madam Speaker.
You almost have drivers that buy you.
People policy? I thought so. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I'll say again for the record, I challenge any member in here of the opposite side to stand up and say that their roads are perfect and driving into your constituency is a nice, smooth ride. They are creators, man, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Hold on, man. Boy, Madam Speaker. I hear them talking, Madam Speaker, but they ain't standing up and saying the road's good. They ain't standing up and saying the road's good. All right?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Centerville.
Speaker, I'm just curious as to whether or not St. Barnabas would like to give us the timeline as to when the roads were perfect. When did that timeline? Could you give us that timeline? When the roads were perfect? When were the roads perfect in your constituency, St. Barnabas?
Madam Speaker.
And Madam Speaker, in addition to that, In addition to that, Madam Speaker, I also wish to indicate that we have started road paving work in Centerville, and as a matter of fact, Arundel Street is being graded today as we speak. But I would like to know the timeline for the perfect roads in this constituency.
Well, I see the honorable member, my fellow Valley boy, he made a distinction just now. He spoke for himself. He said Centerville. He didn't speak for the government, right? Now, speak for government. The truth is, we all know the roads are horrible. The roads are horrible. The worst that they've been. The worst that they've been. The worst that they've been. So instead of them coming at me, maybe they need to get together and figure out how they could fix all these potholes around here on the island of New Providence. Right? Teams out. Madam Speaker, the government was elected in September 16, 2021. It's now December 12th, right? 2022. No amount of excuses could justify the fact that our roads are in a horrible state. Holes, square holes, craters. It's horrible. And you want to know how competent a government is? Check how they deal with infrastructure. That's what the Bahamian people are saying. Can't keep the road paved? Come on now. And the taxpayers that the people are paying. And on top of that, road traffic just announced. On top of that, road traffic just... Listen, Madam Speaker, I would say to the members, have a conscience and let me speak, because the truth is, you know I'm speaking the truth. The road traffic department... Madam Speaker, please protect me, please. Please protect me. Please protect me.
Members.
Please protect me. Thank you. Madam Speaker, what makes this situation with the water and the roads so unjust, so incredibly unjust, is the fact that this government is about to increase fees at the road traffic department. So already the taxpayers are paying money to get holes in roads and no water in the Lusra, but now you want to increase the fees on some other government service? That can't be right. And I don't think anybody would stand here and say that that is right. Tell your constituents, yeah, man. Tell your constituents, yeah, man, you know, the fee increase in road traffic, that's an important increase because you got smooth roads. You can't say that to them. I shared a quote some months ago that I learned in an organization that says, excuses are tools of incompetence that build monuments of nothingness. So monuments of nothingness are being built, and definitely ain't no roads being built. So don't try that. If y'all won't be fair. But y'all ain't gonna be fair. Yeah. Yeah. You remember that when you gave your contribution? Madam Speaker, people policy, well, you know, the thing is there are 125 murders. 125 murders in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. 125 murders in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker, but yet they say people policy. Our communities, and here's the thing, Madam Speaker. Crime is not a political issue. Crime is not a political issue. No. Crime is not a political issue, but it does not mean that the government does not have a responsibility to lead on the matter. There's been no comprehensive plan on crime. I say again, in March, there were 22 murders, an historic number for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We are now at 125. The second largest amount of murders in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, right? No, nobody's gleeful. No, and I hear the member for Exuma, you know, saying about being gleeful. No one is gleeful. The truth is that this is what governance requires. You don't get to choose all the good stuff and not accept responsibility for the bad stuff. It just don't work that way, Madam Speaker. You know, on the deal in Grand Bahama, they said it was a renaissance. That's the word they used?
Yeah, renaissance. Him particularly.
Right. People policy, it's about a renaissance. They said it's about a renaissance. As a matter of fact, I think the word they said, they're going to make Grand Bahama grand again. They're going to make Grand Bahama grand again. But the truth is, Madam Speaker, what has happened is a grand failure. A grand failure, Madam Speaker. A grand failure. But yet, members are quick to get up, but they won't explain what happened to the deal. What happened to the deal? So, Madam Speaker, so far, Madam Speaker, honorable members, right? Madam Speaker, look at what people policy has gotten to people, right? Roads filled with holes, right? 125 murders in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, high electricity bills, right? High food costs, unions that say that they bust in the unions. That's what people policy has gotten this government. Talk about the shanty towns, talk about people policy. Their own members complained about what's happening in Abaco. Their own members, North and South Abaco, complained about what's going on in Abaco. And the amazing thing is, they said some things out there to the media, and when they come in here, all of a sudden now it's crickets. It's crickets, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. All right? Even on the issue of no water in the Luthra, you know, I was almost shocked. I was almost shocked, Madam Speaker. I was almost shocked when I saw, I think when all of us saw a letter on the Ministry of Agriculture letterhead from the honorable member from Central and South in Lutheran, criticizing his government, right? Criticizing his government, and he's a cabinet minister, criticizing his own government about the state of affairs. About the state of affairs. You want me to read it? About the state of affairs on the island of Eleuthera.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamacraw.
The rules police, the rules police.
While the commission is entertaining.
Yeah.
There is a rule, page 25, 8, that speaks of debate being relevant to the motion. And I have to use it on the good member because we are waiting for, Madam Speaker, the hour is late. And while entertaining, the member must speak at least give 1 minute of his speech tonight on the debate at hand. And you know, it's gone on for 20 minutes on the roads. Please, Madam Speaker, relevance, please.
Thank you, honorable member.
It's amazing. You know, when we stand up on this side, we acting in the sitcoms, but when you all do it, oh, it's good. It's good. Good policy. You know? It's the same episode. Yeah, well, you know, the reruns are the best. The reruns are the best. The reruns are the best. Reruns are the best. So, Madam Speaker, I heard the member for Centerville use an expression. The member from Centerville who's my good valley boy, and we can deal with them Saxons very soon, Honorable Centerville, member from Centerville. He used the expressions, say tings, 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 and more things when he talked about for his people in Centerville. Tings, tings, and more things. Well, the Bahamian people are saying to this government, all they have under this government is bills, bills, and more bills. That's what the Bahamian people are saying, Madam Speaker, and they can't run from it and they can try. Madam Speaker, you know the people we're talking about. Madam Speaker, yeah, man, it's hot in here, man, you know? It's hot in here. So, Madam Speaker, yeah, absolutely. So, Madam Speaker, the government can try all they want. The government can try all they want. The truth is, there is a great disparity between what the government feel like they're doing for the people and what the people feel like the government is doing for them. $60 million in consultants, not $6, $60 million in consultant services under this government. So you would think, hold on now. See, this is the kicker, and this is what the Bahamian people say. $60 million in consultants. So you would figure you hire consultants to help you with your various ministries, right? And that they would add to bringing some solutions and answers. $60 million, yet roads bust up, no answers to the roads. $60 million in consultants, but no water, consistent water in the Eleuthera. People can't bathe, can't flush the toilet. $60 million in consultants, but fees going up with road traffic. $60 million in consultants, but we had 125 murders in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. $60 million in consultants, putting aside that the Prime Minister has to travel, and we salute the Prime Minister for traveling. Travel costs has gone up with large delegations, but $60 million for consultants. $60 million. But they say people policy, Madam Speaker. Now to the bill, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
This is a very important bill. This is a very important bill. Madam Speaker, this is a very important bill. Madam Speaker, I'm trying to talk about the bill. I'm trying to talk, thank you. This is a very important bill, Madam Speaker, and we support this bill. We support the government. We support the government on this issue. The issue of patronage and our patrimony is something that we continue, and we've had discussions about over the many, many decades, and how do we monetize, how do we ensure that our patronage stays intact for future generations of Bahamians. And, you know, it it affects Bahamians in many different ways, this discussion about our patronage and so forth. You know, on a very patrimony, sorry, thank you, a patrimony. Even when it comes to the access, even Madam Speaker, you know, I think about, for example, and this is not directly yet, but even when we talk about the access, to beaches, for example, even when we talk about the access to beaches, you know, one time ago you could drive around this island. I don't know if y'all, you know, drive around this island and easily access beaches on the island of New Providence and in the Family Islands. But now it's very, very difficult as people are hiding the easements and the legal entries. And some people have even put up fences and so forth. So we have to do a better job, Madam Speaker, of ensuring that Bahamians have access to our beaches. But of course, at a very macro level, this bill is so important for us to ensure that as we go along, the dreams and aspirations of the Bahamian people can exist in a robust way, because there is a mechanism such as this that will allow us to fuel the aspirations of our people and national agendas. I know the member for Garden Hills, who was a coach, who coached me a couple of times, and of course, as the Minister of Youth and Sports, can definitely appreciate this. For years, for decades, sporting teams, and even recently, you know, sporting teams have had difficulties traveling. The issues with education, as I'm sure the member of Angliston can speak, and the lack of resources that's needed and so forth. Chunkanu, there are so many things that will be a benefit of how this bill will operate. There are concerns, as has been mentioned by a number of members, about the role of the minister and so forth. But like anything in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, that is something that we have to be very, very aware of, Madam Speaker. But this is important legislation. And I just hope, Madam Speaker, that unlike a lot of bills, we do what we can. We do what we can to ensure that it truly works for the benefit of the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker, that it truly works for their benefit. From session to session, we pass these bills, but yet the Bahamian people don't get the true measure of what the initial intent was. Obviously, the Free National Movement would have been involved in a process with this piece of legislation. And we commend the government for doing what governments are supposed to do. And this is my point. The government is doing this, but yet they refuse to acknowledge that there's much more work to be done as it relates to ensuring that real people policies are taking effect in the population out there, because Bahamians are hurting. Bahamians are hurting in a real way, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, as I get ready to take my seat, as I get ready to take my seat, Madam Speaker, as I get ready to take my seat, I know you want me to sit down, but that's okay. As I take my seat, Madam Speaker, you know, the truth is, if we want to be very objective and be very fair in our dialogue about politics in our country, the truth is, in the first 25 years of the Progressive Liberal Party, despite the many things that were done, incredible things, historic things that were done, there were some people and some persons who saw that as a very bad time for them. Members of the Progressive Liberal Party might not like to hear that. The point that I'm making, nobody's spends. No, the point that I'm making is, the point that I'm making is, this is the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making, Madam Speaker, the point that I'm making is, right, no one is a bastion of self-righteousness and get everything right. That's the point. And a lot of times the honorable members opposite make it seem as though there has been nothing bad about what previous administration, yes, absolutely. And the only point that I'm making is, this is one country we have. We all have fallen short. We all know we all have fallen short. And both the Progressive Liberal Party and the Free National Movement have done their endeavor best to help transform the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We are better because of the contributions of both political parties. As much as the opposite side would try to denigrate this side, this member, for one, does not do that, okay, and acknowledge the contributions of whomever, whatever organization, because it does a disservice to generations of Bahamians if we make it seem as though the Commonwealth of the Bahamas has only been built by a group of people, one set of people, or an organization. That is my only point, Madam Speaker. This isn't about, Madam Speaker, this isn't about denigrating anybody or criticizing anybody of the past, Madam Speaker. I'm just making the larger point. Because if it was up to them, you would think that the Free National Movement has not made a contribution to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So, Madam Speaker, as they talk about people policy, as I said, focus on the people who have to drive on these bad roads. Focus on the people who are out there, can't pay the light bill. Focus on the people who are going to have to continue to contend with higher food costs. Focus with the people who are dealing with the increases with the road traffic department. Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I support this bill.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for South Beach.
Madam Speaker, thank you for recognizing me. But of course, Madam Speaker, the member would have spent the last probably 20, 25 minutes speaking with regards to potholes. And without the calisthenics and the somersaults. Truth of the matter is, Madam Speaker, this member was here at our last sitting when the member for Fort Charlotte stood and mentioned that when we took government in September 2021, we meant 2 persons employed in the road paving section at the Ministry of Works. When we left, when now Prime Minister was the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works, he left a staff in place of over 25 persons. So somewhere along the line, we lost human resources and we lost equipment. Notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, in the last administration, when we were locked down, if we were so concerned about the roads, during the lockdowns, we would have fixed them. So, Madam Speaker, I too come from a place where we've been taught that excuses are tools of the incompetent that are used to build monuments of nothingness. However, this is not an excuse. This is the reality of what we meant. The roads didn't just get bad in the last 8 months. The roads have been bad. We are now fixing the roads, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, if this member wants to be truthful, Madam Speaker, he knows that there is a major blitz going on in New Providence right now, when all roads from all and sundry, all parts of this New Providence are being repaired. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
I thank my good brother and friend, the Honourable Member for South Beach, for his intervention. But is the government saying that it took them almost a year and a half to fix roads? And if the roads were as bad as they are now, last year, that would have been a big part of this government's campaign promise that we were going to fix the roads. The roads were not. The truth is, Madam Speaker, the roads were not this bad. And we all know it. The roads were not this bad.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Let's get some substance. Let's go.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I stand again in this hallowed place by the grace of God and the will of the good people of Freetown. And Madam Speaker, I credit my voice to the officer candidates of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, who I hosted at my residence Saturday night. In the draft, as an old man, and on top of that, Madam Speaker, the young people don't have a problem beating up on old people at dominoes. Such is how they do things where they come from. But it was my pleasure to host a crop of our finest young men and women who will be headed off to officer training in the UK and in the US in the upcoming months. In order for me to safely go home, I send anniversary greetings to my wife of 30 years today. It's a things in Barnabas when you will be able to say you've been married for longer, for more than half of your life. That's the joy of it. I was also privileged to sneak out of the house, Madam Speaker, to attend the christening of my newest godchild, Adrianelle Faith Knowles, at the Church of God of Prophecy on Shirley Street, a Freetown product who we will now mold into a productive citizen in this country. Madam Speaker, the niece of Marsha Fox of Freetown, Tony Fox, asks everyone in Freetown to tell her aunt happy birthday, and I take this opportunity to say happy birthday to Marsha Fox. Madam Speaker, you know, when we come here, we say that it's a privilege to be a legislator. And it is indeed a privilege. And what was a complete disappointment for me, Madam Speaker, in this debate, of all debates, is the nature of the debate. And I say that for this reason, Madam Speaker, and it is perhaps the reason that the PLP is responsible for every institution in this country. Because the concept of a sovereign wealth fund or an investment fund like this is an institution. And the PLP was responsible in 2016 for the sovereign wealth fund that this replaced. But when the opposition is concerned not with debating the substance of major matters of moment in this country, matters of the setting up of institution in this country, and resort to jingoistic and really, it's disrespectful to the public, the nature of the approach. And I will tell you why, Madam Speaker. When one says they talk about roads, and it's not as if the Bahamian public hasn't been driving on these roads for the last 3 or 4 years. And it's not as if the people of Freetown are not seeing the major work on Village Road, which was the complaint of everyone when I campaigned. They ask all of us to banish our actual knowledge based on our driving and just listen to them say roads, 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 just roads. Why? Because you have somebody focus on something and you hope that everyone forgets what they have experienced for 3 years. And then they tell the people of Eleuthera, who have been having water issues from before the election, well before the election, who we all witnessed the debacle in our Supreme Court with the previous Water and Sewage Corporation, a burden that the member for North Eleuthera has inherited. We witnessed that debacle. The people in Eleuthera witnessed that debacle. And they come and say water, 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 and hope that the people in Eleuthera forget what they have lived for the last 2-3 years. And then the one that is most shameful is they say to the members of the bargaining unit of the Bahamas Public Service Union that you know the government paying you this money for Christmas? Because that's what they're complaining about. They're complaining about a circular where the government says, look, y'all ain't signed your agreement. We giving everybody this money for Christmas. We could make y'all wait until your leaders sign this agreement, or we could give you the money now, and we can give you the money now. And that's what they call union busting, that the government is giving money to the members of a bargaining unit, and the amount of money they're getting is the amount of money their union will sign for them to get, just that we're not waiting for the formality of a president or somebody to sit down and sign some papers in order for his members to get some money. And if a union regards its members getting money as against its interests, then that union will bust its own self up and don't need anybody to do it. Because all of the unions I have ever represented, if you could get the employer to pay while you were negotiating, you did a very good thing. And they're complaining because we want their members to have money ahead of them signing, and they will sign. And on a very important debate like this, we've had that repeated because the newspapers just continue to churn out stories. And Madam Speaker, you know, I haven't really had the time to go and look at Erskine May. But this trotting out of the opinions of other people, dressing them up as facts, is not parliamentary, and in my view, and I should have some time over the Christmas, ought not to be permitted. Now, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian public will know, and the opposition should know. There's no election next year, my brother. There's no election the year after that. The 15, 16, 17-year-old murderers, the descent into lawlessness, the lack of funding to police infrastructure, the police being 900 men down, did not happen in 18 months. The police got 900 men down because the people who preceded us chose not to recruit, and chose not to recruit aggressively, and we are recruiting, and we are fixing it. Now,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
The honorable member, who was quite a gentleman, yielded Yamakro, right? But Madam Speaker, to the honorable member, through you, right? Through you, Madam Speaker, right? Through you. I don't understand. I thought that the objective of government is to provide solutions. Hold on, to provide solutions to attack the problem. Why? No. Why is it, Madam Speaker, when you bring the issue up, instead of the government attacking the problem and laying out for the Bahamian people whatever strategies they feel that they can lay out, except for the ones that need to remain clandestine. The thing is the point about how long it's taken to get the cars. The Bahamian people made a decision on September 16th. We should be the opposition and you govern. And that requires a level of responsibility and a level of word and action that the government doesn't show on certain issues. How long will we make the excuses? That's what I'm saying.
Madam Speaker, you know, they always talk about you don't have a plan. Well, if you can't recognize what a plan is, you won't notice one when I tell you. So when I tell you that we're aggressively recruiting, that's a plan. Aggressive recruitment is a plan. And so we meet a deficiency of men. The plan is to aggressively recruit. We meet a lack of vehicles. The plan is to aggressively put them in place. We meet unsuitable vehicles that the storm should have told us are unsuitable. So the plan is that the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador has approved us getting 100 light trucks that are more appropriate for our needs. We met Short Spotter in lesser places, and we're extending it. We met a debacle of a drone program, and November 30th was the cutoff. And so we met and we encountered 15-year-old and 16-year-old murderers. And so we've reduced our intervention plan to primary schools. If you do not know what a plan looks like, you won't understand when you're told one. And so I'm just really tired of telling them, look at the National Development Plan. We all agreed this. We're now acting on it. And we every day tell you what we're doing, but you can't see it. Bob Marley saying an abundance of water, the fool is tasty, man.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Compete with the member's eloquence, the KC. But here's the reality, Madam Speaker. The reality of it is, and I think this is a legitimate thing, 22 murders in March. And I'm not pontificating here. Let me, Madam Speaker, through you. We're having a right? 22 murders in March. And so it's reasonable for the Bahamian people to want to know. We go from what happened in March to now 125 murders. And so if the Bahamian people are exacerbated and frustrated at the level of crime in the country, it is legitimate to expect that they are going to continue to ask, what is the government doing, and blaming the previous administration, right? But yes, to his credit, he said some things, but this is the first time he's starting to hear some things. Oh, man. How long have we been talking about these cars? Sorry, go ahead.
And again, the 22 people who were murdered and the increasing number of people on bail who were murdered, the member for St. Barnabas would do very well to find out when they were charged, because the Bahamian people are frustrated with the length of times the trials are taking, and we have spoken to what we intend to do about that. Now, we are hamstrung because we have an independent director of public prosecutions with whom we must entreat as an independent person. But St. Barnabas would have heard the cry from the public of the age of the persons who were being murdered while on bail for murder, many ranging back before 2001, and most, if not all of them, before 2001. And so we do not make excuses. We are in the business of fixing things, and we are fixing them. And the point I make is that on this legislation that is very important, one would think that we would have a reasonable debate and look at this institution that everyone says is so important so that we get it right. Now, I'm not so sure what the position across the way is, because their leader said that this bill is woefully inadequate. That is how Marco City described this legislation, as woefully inadequate. If they follow their leader, all of them should vote against this bill. All of them should vote against this bill if they agree with their leader that this bill is woefully inadequate, because we don't require their 5 votes to pass the bill.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition, on his feet and during his contribution, said that he supports the bill. Okay, so let us be clear about that. Despite what was said just now by the honorable member, the leader of opposition said that he supports the bill, and we've said that we support the bill. What did I listen to?
I was, Madam Speaker, I was really being kind. I was being. I'm a senior man. I don't have to rush over. But you know, Madam Speaker, I was being generous to my cousin from Marco City. because it would defy logic, reason, and common sense for you to support a bill that is woefully inadequate. And I'll repeat that. It will defy logic, reason, and common sense for you to support a bill that you describe as woefully inadequate. Because if the bill is indeed woefully inadequate, as Marco City says, he shouldn't be supporting it. And this is what they say, but this is what we get when we get folks who decide that, like with their folk, that every year must be an election year, and one must not try to be reasonable or respectful of the people by discussing in the people's house the people's business, and the people's business in this regard is a major institution in this country when one looks at the bill. And so that is my bit of a problem with the other side. I wouldn't engage much with what Kalani has to say because Kalani hits and runs, and I think he's just biding time to do in Marco City. And I really don't want to get in their business like that. So what we have, Madam Speaker, and you know, before I move to wrapping up on this bill, isn't it amazing that everyone talks so eloquently about we are a global village? Everybody's interest is so interconnected. We're a community of countries. You got to get to know your neighbors. And they have a problem with traveling. Well, St. Barnabas said they don't have a problem with the Prime Minister traveling. I'm quite sure he'll be happy to know that, because all that was being talked about was him traveling. I will happily report to my Prime Minister that you all say he could travel wherever he likes, whenever he likes, and you all won't complain. Although I heard some remarks about him being in Angola, and in Angola we had an important meeting of regional countries that we belong to. And the bottom line to it, or as I was told in Freetown, close, scared money, don't make money. You never hear that?
Yeah, they say it's Barnabas.
You sure? Well, how you going so far from what the people were saying, St. Barnabas? Next time they tell you to talk about travels in Barnabas, tell them, no, scared money, don't make money. Yeah.
Biggest tourism in 20
So the bottom line to it is, let's look and see who comes to visit us before the next general election. Let's look and see what we get from this investment. Because, as the people know, you have to lay a groundwork. I suspect that part of the reason that the side opposite does not understand the gravity of this bill is because it takes forward thinking. And so, for instance, it takes forward thinking to realize that, as Long Island was saying, you don't actually list everything. And you know why? Because you could go and you could look, as West End and Bimini was trying to assist him, but West End, if someone running into traffic and don't stop, let them go. Because at the end of the day, you look at the bill itself, and what does it say? The establishment of a fund. And it tells you why you could establish a fund. So you could establish it for any of these purposes: to develop national infrastructure and public improvement projects of whatever kind you want. A public development and advancement project related to the blue, green, and orange economy of whatever type you want. To receive revenues derived from national assets and resources in public-private partnerships. And you could do any of those that you want. to receive revenues derived from share ownership, straightforward. But the thing that is so interesting is you have to look at G, and this is what forward-thinking people do. It says, such other sovereign assets or activities as may be specified by the minister by order subject to the affirmative resolution of both houses of parliament. So you could add anything, and the minister doesn't get to add it, the House does. The people get to agree through their representatives. So, crazy things like we're told that one of the largest form of greenhouse gases is cow flatulence. So if you find a way to deal with cow flatulence and you could monitorize it, you could put in a bill, a fund just for that. No, we ain't gonna say cow fart. Yeah. So at the end of the day, people who think long, like the PLP at independence when we were saying independence now and they were saying independence, but not now. We're saying do this now because under G, you can add whatever you like, whenever you like, whenever it comes, and no single minister can do it. The minister has to bring it back to the House of Assembly, and it has to have an affirmative vote, and you'll have these kinds of debates. Although hopefully we'll be talking about the natural resource and not about roads, water, union busting, bread basket items, and all the rest of it that has nothing to do with what we are debating. I'm making fun of you, my brother.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Despite the unparliamentary remark by the honorable member, the seriousness of the 125 murders under his watch, Madam Speaker, he would do well to present something serious in terms of how they're going to deal with the issue of crime. So he can throw the insults all he wants and try to diminish the problems the Bahamian people are having in terms of, like he said, roads and water and crime and so forth. So I'm willing to take his childish insults, but please don't insult the Bahamian people about the despair that they're having.
Thank you, honorable member.
You know,
Freetown,
and
you
this
may
is
continue.
a man who says, I remember somebody saying, let's not politicize crime. But you know, let's not politicize crimes in Barnabas, but then you go ahead and do it. The point that I make very simply is this. If any of those things were important to them, they could be mentioning it right now in this bill. They could be arguing for a sub-fund to be specified in this bill. If that was important to them, having read this bill, if they did. If any of that was important to them, they would have been saying to us, add these things, a specific subparagraph in section 4, if they were serious. And so the simple point that I make, Madam Speaker, is it is time that we get serious in this House about matters that actually matter to the Bahamian people. This is important. And so we should concentrate on what is important. If you want to run on with the rest of that, the media is there 24 hours a day for you. But when we come here to do the people's business, you can't say that a minister has all this power and the power comes back to the House of Assembly by affirmative resolution. If you read the bill, if you were debating the bill. And so this bill is so visionary that it permits us to deal with things that haven't even happened yet because it gives a formula for it. And then, you know, it goes further. It talks about establishment of sub-funds. And it says there may be established a sub-fund of a fund, and the minister shall by regulation prescribe the mission and purpose of each sub-fund. Now, you're gonna find, Madam Speaker, that in section 31, any regulation or order that the minister makes is subject to come back to Parliament for a positive vote of Parliament. So everywhere that you see the minister acting, if you read the bill itself and understand it, Parliament will be called on to vote positively. So they could prescribe for any sub-fund that they wish, that they think is useful. I would imagine, Madam Speaker, if the side opposite was serious about their duty with regard to debating this bill, we could have had some serious debate over Section 6C that does permit the fund to be used to repay sovereign debt, but caps it at 50%. We could have been having serious debate about that as a matter of policy if they were serious about this institution that we are remodeling, that we are shaping. And, Madam Speaker, they talk about they're not sure that we're not gonna cheat. I break it down like that because I'm a simple man. I don't like too many words. When you listen to all they say they ain't sure we ain't gonna cheat. And one of them even say they ain't sure whether the Bahamian people think we cheat more than they cheat, which is a disgraceful thing to say in any event. But if you look at Section 11 and the whole scheme of the act, unlike Kalani, and I could forgive Kalani, because, Kalani just came from a manifestation where he was like God. He was truly like God. He got to get up and not even signing a piece of paper by getting up and saying, you shall not go to the store today. It happened. He got up and by the speaking, he could say, you're locked in your yard all day. All day. He just came off being the competent authority or like a God. And so for Kalani, the Prime Minister must speak about every single thing. And for Kalani, the country does not function if the Prime Minister isn't in town. And unlike Kalani, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador actually trusts his men and women. And so he don't mind that we do our jobs. Now, you can understand why Kalani don't trust them and they overthrow him right before the election, right? So you can understand why Kalani don't really trust them.
Wow, this is good.
And I guess if you still have some knives in your back after the election, you can be very careful before you turn your back on that crew again. And this is
She's my senior.
St. Barnabas, this is of relevance to this bill and our discussion because Cat Island, San Salvador, and Rumkey don't have to be here for the government to move and for things to get done. And I'll give Kalani a secret. Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador communicates with you regardless from where in the world he is. It's as if all communication ceases for some people. But the point is that this bill, we have sufficient foresight to see that this bill is driven by not the government, as the acting Prime Minister has made it clear. After the people are appointed, that makes an end to individual ministerial intervention, because the board itself appoints the persons, all persons after that. And so, we could have been having debates about policy, about whether that is the correct paradigm, understanding, and not seeking to mislead the Bahamian people in believing that the government, some individual minister reserves any power, trying to create suspicion. If we were doing what we're supposed to be doing in debate, it would have been recognized that no one minister has any power. That you come back to this place, this house, And then we could have been debating about serious matters of principles and policies.
Come back here.
Instead,
vote yes, whatever your
instead,
wherever he is.
we just end up
It's not lotion
with the
ourselves.
same old diatribe over and over and over again. And so
32 will do exactly what they do.
we have a position,
I think Vaughn Miller can stand up on the
Madam Speaker. A next point that we heard is that you have this waiving of liability for persons participating and it shouldn't happen. And something like that you ought to have a debate over. Except if you're gonna have a debate over it, you should begin by reading the bill. Because the bill in section 21, subsection 1 says, no suit, no action, suit, prosecution, or other proceedings shall be brought or instituted personally against any member of the investment committee or a special committee in respect of any act done bona fides in pursuance or execution or intended execution of this act. So that's not letting anybody off wrongdoing. The words are quite clear. That is saying if you act bona fides in execution of this act, why would you go and take up this job if you could be sued when you're acting properly? So if we're gonna have debates over things like this that you think the public, just let's read it. And if it is something that's improper about it, let's debate it. Let's talk about our differing policy perspective on it. But let us not waste time in a matter involving an important institution with doing what we seem to be doing here, which is just publishing materials that can go in a newspaper, that we can come back in here and read the newspaper saying this one said this, the next one said that. That isn't worthy of the fourth estate in the first place, and we should not be encouraging such behavior, which we do when we do that. But we could be talking about publication, because the Gazette is archaic. But if you talked about that, you would buck up on section 23, which tells you that anything that's to be published in the Gazette is to be published on the website. So things like how you get people to know about things, we could have been talking about whether they should have an Instagram site, a Twitter site. But you know, that's something of substance, but we weren't talking about that. We were talking about a bunch of other things. So we also heard,
We're just trying to wrap this up.
we also heard, Madam Speaker,
Start telling y'all what y'all didn't do.
we also heard, Madam Speaker, that you know you have to be careful that you put people in charge of these things who know what they're doing. Remember that this concept that you have to have knowledgeable people. Well, if you look at section 8, that said the second schedule, which deals with the investment committee, it tells you the makeup. One person that has the board, but the investment committee, which is telling you how to invest your money, one person with experience in multi-asset class portfolio management, one person with experience in financial accounting, one person with experience in capital markets, one person who is a representative of the Ministry of Finance for obvious reason, and one person shall have experience in the investment objective of the fund or the sub-fund. So if you created a sub-fund about monitoring cows' flatulence, you would have it. And so we don't have a debate over this because nobody thinks to debate what the act is actually saying. Instead, we say you need people with expertise if you actually read the second schedule, you would see it would be very clear. It would be very clear, Madam Speaker, that the issues raised are phantom issues and of no moment. Because if one then looks at special committee, it tells you what those people have to be as well. And again, it speaks to specialized persons. And so, Madam Speaker, I trust that someday we will come here to debate a bill. I hope, Madam Speaker, and I look forward with bated breath to when we will have these debates, and we will have these debates about matters of substance. Because the reality is, the few matters of concerns that were raised by the bill are all answered in the bill, if one simply read the bill. And so, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Freetown, who this bill can benefit, because I can foresee a sub-fund to benefit inner cities. For the people who this bill may benefit, because I could see a sub-fund to benefit struggling mothers. The people who this bill can benefit going forward. I am happy for the people of Freetown, Madam Speaker, to say that Freetown supports this bill. And the challenge now that everyone says, that West End and Bimini says, just as independence was what we aspired to and attained in 1973, and we are still working out our independence. This as well, Madam Speaker, is an institution that we are committing to by voting for this bill. And going forward, we will have to work out this as well. And as we have successfully brought this country through 50 years of independence, I am confident that if we stop playing games, apply ourselves to moving our people forward together, we can truly go forward, upward, onward together.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to repeal and replace the Sovereign Wealth Fund Act 2016 and to provide for the establishment of a national investment fund for a purpose specified in the act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to repeal and replace the Sovereign Wealth Fund Act 2016 and to provide for the establishment of a national investment fund for a purpose specified in the act.
For the second readings?
Move for the second reading. Madam Speaker, I now move that the House resolves itself into committee of the whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Is there a seconder? It's been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the committee of the whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The move itself into the committee of the whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the long title of the National Investment Funds Bill 2022 be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that parts 1 through part 5 of the bill be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that section 1 through 5 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Section 1 through 5 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the first schedule of the bill be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the first schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The first schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the second schedule of the bill be agreed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the second schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The second schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the Speaker to take the chair.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker do now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The Speaker will now take the chair. Madam Speaker, I beg you to report that we have examined several bills making no amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the third reading and passing of the National Investment Funds Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to repeal and replace the Sovereign Wealth Fund Act 2026 and to provide for the establishment of a national investment fund for a purpose specified in the act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. May I have some water, please? Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to repeal and replace the Sovereign Wealth Fund Act 2016 and to provide for the establishment of a national investment fund for the purpose specified in the act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be National Investment Funds Bill 2022. For the third readings?
No further third readings, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the clerk do take the bill passed in this House today to the Honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions.
No resolution.
Member statements. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Garden Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to rise in this honorable house to make mention to the resident of Garden Hills that we will be holding a Christmas party for the kids on United Faith Christians ground, Fire Trail Road East, this Saturday between the hours of 12 and 3 p.m. And I'm inviting all residents to come out. And I'll also take this opportunity to wish each and every one of them a Merry Christmas. I wouldn't tell them a prosperous New Year yet because I'm going out to look for them next week. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Isles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's on a sad note that I stand. I should like to extend condolences to the family of Patrice Knowles, an employee in the Accounts Department in the Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources. We got word early this morning that she had transitioned. So I'd like to extend sincere condolences to her family, particularly during this Christmas season. I know how difficult that must be. Thank you, Madam.
Yes. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wish to let the constituents of St. Barnabas know that this week, in a few days, we'll be announcing the Christmas festivities coming up in the next couple of days. And while I'm on my feet, since we will be taking a break, to offer my constituents, to Bahamians all across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and everyone here, a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. I pray that everyone stays safe and stays covered, Madam Speaker, including yourselves. To those persons who decided to be on that foolish run and support the Saxons, blows for you on Boxing Day.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Gates.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to stand to extend condolences to the family of Dolores Agnes Cooper of Sunshine Way, who recently passed away. I would have extended personal condolences also to the family of Joyanne Fernanda. May their souls rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind the members of the Golden Gates constituency that we've been paving and patching potholes for the past few days, clearing lots at their request. They can continue to send the pins of the locations that they need any potholes repaired or any lots cleared for the holidays. That continues. We have bulk waste removal, where dumpsters are placed on all of the parks in our constituency for the 2 weeks leading up to the Christmas. And of course, they can continue to follow on all of our social media platforms for information on our Christmas events that are upcoming in the Golden Gates constituency. I'd like to wish happy holidays, Merry Christmas to all of the colleagues here in our chamber. When we return, the superstars would have prevailed. So we had asked St. Barnabas to apologize then. But I hope that we will have a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year, which we know it will be because of this New Day administration. Thank you, Madam Speaker. God bless.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamacraw.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to extend condolences to the family of Ms. Shauna Johnson. Ms. Shauna Johnson was a long-time public servant who would have passed in the Ministry of Education. She worked at my office, and we would have worked together for a very long time. She was a chief clerk, and she will be buried and memorialized on Friday and Saturday respectively. And so I extend sincere condolences on behalf of the staff at my office at Minister of State and also the Minister Anglerson. She would have worked very closely in the Ministry of Education and with both of us. And so we do, it's a very sad time at the Ministry of Education because she would have been a very, very valuable contributor to our public service. And we do miss her dearly. Sincere condolences to our family.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Before we leave, I'd like to lay on the table the report of the Auditor General for the year ending June 30th, 2020. We've just received this, so I'd like to order that it do now lie on the table. Thank you very much. Members, before we leave, I'd like to remind all members here, let us remember our brother in the upper house, Senator Randy Roll, who would later rest his mother on Friday. I know it's at Mount Horeb. I can't speak to the time as yet, but as many of us that can give him that moral support, I would like for us to. Is that Mount Tabor now? Okay, Mount Tabor, and it's on Friday. Anybody is aware of the time? 10 a.m. Also, on honorable members, we've gotten a notification from ZNS that on Thursday at 5 p.m., that would be the last time for us to be able to do our Christmas tapings. So please, honorable members, please, let's get together and greet our constituents. I've been doing this now for weeks on end, and for those of you who have already done it, I am happy. And for those of you who haven't done it as yet, I wouldn't say anything, okay? But also, for the first time as a group together, we will be having our annual Christmas lunch, and it's the first time for me and for so many others. So it's going to be on Wednesday, the 14th. This is this Wednesday at 1 p.m., and it's going to be held at Margaritaville. So as many of you that can show up, please let us come together and have lunch and show the world that we could partake together and get along very finely and during this Christmas season. And that's all I really have to say on that note. And before you go, I'd just like to say to all my members, I want to wish you a very happy and safe holiday. It has been an honor to have served in this place with you as we journey into a new year. And I would like to thank you for all of your contributions and dedications to all your various constituencies as you journey forward. And I wish you the utmost in the new year and utmost favor and blessed new year. We don't get to see each other again. So I just want to extend those greetings to you and to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, who have been our supporting audience during all of this. We would like to, on behalf of myself and the staff of the Honorable House of Assembly and all of my members here in the House of Assembly, we wish to extend you a happy, blessed, and safe holiday. Thank you, honorable members, and we will now revert back to the order of business. Appointment of select committees, instructions to select committees, discharge of select committees, notices for future meetings.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to renew our notices in the name of the government.
Thank you, honorable member.
Notices in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, honorable member. Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, as we move for the adjournment, let me also thank you, Madam Speaker, for your patience and for your determination to ensure that as best you can, you manage the affairs of our House. It's so unfortunate that side opposites, very difficult. Madam Speaker, I give thanks to you and the Deputy Speaker, and also to the clerk and the staff. Without all of you playing your roles, obviously, the parliament and the democracy would not be had. We thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you,
for the
Honorable
work you
Member.
do. Madam Speaker, I also took note of the illusion some of my colleagues have. The Saxons will win. I join my colleagues. I join my colleagues in wishing all a Merry Christmas, and in particular, I wish the people of West Grand Bahama and certainly Bimini the best. We had a wonderful affair on Saturday past on the 8 Mile Rock area, organized by local government chair George Jimmy Smith, and of course Tad Martin, who's done a lot of work for us in the constituency and the transformation process. We have another event in West End this coming Saturday, and of course we'll have another in Bimini. But I wish all my constituents who I love so dearly a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Madam Speaker, I now move that the House adjourn to January 11th, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 11th of January, 2023. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move the House stands adjourned to Wednesday, January 11th, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Thank you. Seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn to January 11, 2023 at 10 a.m. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The House now stands adjourned to January 11th, 2023 at 10 a.m.
All right.